Roger, but day number one, game number one, Claw topped that with 15 kills on
Roger,
that Ranger. Day number
I
one,
think
game
they
number
are
one.
meant to face
Claw
each
topped
other
that with
today
15
just to
kills.
set up their
Roger,
record.
day
I
number one,
think they
game
are
number one.
meant to face each
Claw topped
other
that
today
with 15
just to
kills.
set up their
Roger,
record.
day number
I
one,
think
game
they are
number one.
meant to face
Claw
each
topped
other
that with
today. Seasoned player like Pao Pao, the pressure could be there, but also she can do more from yesterday.
Well, we're going to see what kind of heroes they get because we're jumping straight into the draft here. Navi MY will be first pick, Team Liquid. Second pick, looking at the bans here, betting out the Harif, Kimi, as well as Badang, which is quite interesting. I understand Kimi, but the Harif as well as Badang feels very targeted.
Yeah, and even the Harith being in the bans again because
Yesterday they used it TLPH.
I mean even teams
But
picking
even
it up
so,
was
yeah.
surprising already.
I still don't like it, but yeah, we're looking at TLPH betting out the box set, the Uranus, as well as the 1-1. So noble heroes like the Yisun Shin has been picked up. Now I do want to see for both teams what is going to be the mid priority because we saw a lot of Zetiens, but coming in from Navi MY, Honey really likes that Selena.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if it will be indeed an option later on, especially as they're going for a YSS. So they do want to secure that early game or at least the space to work around scaling for their jungler or their possible one of their cores in this game. But for Team Liquid Philippines, an immediate pickup on the Hilda.
Yeah,
This is
too early, right? Too early. Same reaction with the Hilda. I was expecting that they will at least secure our lot. So because of that, Navi MY, they can actually use it. And here's the discovery from yesterday. We've been seeing a lot of Akais and even our lots, and it is actually a good combo to be together in a team. So I think for Navi MY, they can use it. But we also mentioned about the Selena.
Yeah.
So this could be a priority pick for Navi MY because if not, TLPH then can ban the hero.
Something to see as well. Will Navi MY pick up the gold laner quickly here because a traditional counter towards the Granger is going to be the Irithel, and they do pick up the Irithel. And they also pick up the Glue, which is a strong hero, but not without his counters.
Yeah, and it seems like the entire Arlot conversation might not be the priority right now for either of these two teams. I believe another great pairing with it is going to be the Fredrin jungle, but we are yet to actually find out what the plan is. But now we do have the answer. It is going to be a Joy into the Yisun Shin, so they're gonna go all out in terms of junglers for this game.
Yeah, also there's this thing that people think that Joy isn't can't be used anymore as a jungler, but if you change some of the items, then it's very viable, specifically suited to the other team. So now we see a Zetian ban for TLPH. So it means that their lineup for TLPH, they're leaning towards those heroes that are more in the setup play. So they don't want any hero that has the potential to actually stop or even slow them down during the process.
Yeah, and this is another interesting thing because usually the mid laners immediately show up in the draft, but it seems like they're kind of saving it for later. So again, the Selena option for Hani, it's still out there, but there's a Farsa too, which could be picked up here by Team Liquid considering that they banned out the Zetian. Or unless they're looking for the likes of the Jushin or the more close-ranged mages to go up against Navi, but would you really want that? Because there's a Yisun Shin.
Yeah, actually, it's gonna be hard if there's a Shin. Farsa has been banned for this game. I think the story of the mages here is gonna be the ending part because when we saw the clip, right, they said that our pool is bigger.
Yeah.
I think this is where the story will change for Navi MY, knowing that we have. Yes, we have a lot of heroes for Pulse 4 or for Mage as an option, but as long as the mid lane is winning, then it would be an edge already for the other team.
Yeah, but I wonder how likely is it for Team Liquid to be the ones to deny the Selena though?
Because we're looking at a Matilda ban here as well, which does mean that, I mean, looking at both Joy as well as Granger, we do see that they are going for a more burst comp. Now, the thing that I'm looking out for is actually the Kalia, because this is an opportunity for Team Liquid to have some kind of catcher, because I kind of feel like they have the damage. They just need someone to set up.
Yeah, there isn't any crowd control just yet showing for Team Liquid. Ooh, the farm is banned though. How likely is it that we get to see another Lu Yi in play for Navi since they're lacking their mid laner? But So is
We haven't
the
seen a lot of
roamer,
Louis
actually.
after the patch
Yeah, that's
change.
true.
Even in rank, people were like, yeah, no, I don't like this anymore.
Or maybe their roamer, because Navi doesn't have their roamer just yet. So that could be another thing Team Liquid has to consider. But they
Okay, Jushin. So yesterday, I think for Navi MY, they got Kaleo together with the Irithel. So although if they take the Kaleo, it means that they should get a mage that is more on the burst.
Yeah.
Because if you have two scaling heroes and then more on the support XP lane, then it's not advisable to get the Kalea.
Yeah, right now, honestly, looking at the draft for Team Liquid, it does look like they want to be able to fight at any moment of the time, because having Jushin makes it easier for you to funnel the farm over to Joy or the Granger, because Jushin herself doesn't need all that farm to be useful in the game. So Navi and Y, they do have this opportunity. Either draft so that they can fight anytime as well to stop the aggression coming in from Team Liquid, or just have very fast wave clear so that eventually you can scale up to the late game and then fight equally there. And now the Eve getting picked up, and even the Belleric to answer both the Joy as well as the Hilda. But if the Jushin pulls the Belleric towards them, then that could be disastrous for Team Liquid.
And that's the thing, the lanterns, they just constantly trigger the passive for Belleric. So what was the plan, or what's going to be the plan here for Team Liquid? They're lacking their
Crowd control. I mean, like, you have crowd control on Jushin, but
that's like
I am thinking maybe I got thought could be an option here.
oh, so Hilda roam.
wait.
Okay, so Hilda is going roam, and now
Wait.
Lapu is going to the EXP. Well, what do you think about this, Chantel?
Actually, for this one, I think for TLPH, it's kind of hard to dive against Belleric and even Eve, specifically if you are a Lapu. But it seems like they wanna go and just
Yeah,
dive
no,
in.
I understand you, and now we got to throw it over to our casters to start game number 1 of MWI.
And we're now up for the second day. It's going to be on to the qualifying stage through the knockouts. Upper bracket here, Mirko and Athena for the game 1, match number 1 for the day 2.
Wow, just wow. Athena, the panel have been talking about, breaking records, new heroes, savages all throughout day number 1.
Yeah.
We get a big gift here too. Day number 2, Belleric showing up. An old counter to the Joy that we saw in M6. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's get right into game number 1.
And with that, it's going to be Fafao and Kala on the gold lane. The former title holder for most kills in a single game. She could try and get the title back just along with this game on number 1. But let's see if there will be records broken yet again today. But looking forward here, basing on the draft, this is not something that we see every day, especially with this Belleric for Remon.
Yeah, it's definitely an unorthodox draft coming in, unorthodox pick with the Belleric here for Redmond. But yeah, the rivalry is still within that goal lane. Fafao last time 12 kills, remember, but man, it was shattered by Kla on a pick that we saw yesterday. The Granger again for Kla, so it's a comfort pick. Though, we gotta talk about this matchup because in day number 1, I think every time we see the Irithel, we see most people just stay away from the Granger. Again, trying to avoid that counter matchup.
You just tend to somehow pick the safer route, if ever. But looking at the emblem builds as well, more so we are focusing on the goal to goal here with a Quantum Charge and of course a Pure Rage here for Kla.
Yeah, for Fafao, it's also the Master Assassin, so really trying to capitalize on that winning matchup here to get the better of Kla. But so far, I mean, we got a recall battle.
Okay.
There's Soju flexing, sleeping as well on Remon.
We see you. And Soju and Remon here will just play a very big role. As a panel have mentioned, they were quite surprised that it's going to be a Hilda onto the realm here, Mirko. And we're quite... There's quite a question, how about crowd control? But Zaishi there, sliver of HP left. That's an early aggression here for Navi MY.
It's good that you brought up the Hilda, because usually when you pick up the Hilda, you would want to have mid-prio, but that's not what TLPH have right now.
Exactly.
Hani winning out that matchup already now. Ramisi, over the play, gets all the stacks in. Electrifying Beams to be ready. Remon walks up, shot pops into Slam and it's going to be Reno wins it the retreat battle. RWM to zone him in the back now as Ramisi's going to be caught, but still has the dashes to get herself away. Now the Lantern Flare from Zaishi.
That's a very good women-to-women formation here. The defense onto the turtle take was so beautiful. Navi MY just capitalized on the global presence of what Hani can provide. And as you mentioned, onto the mid lane comparison, you could do much with Eve alone. Yes, you have certain crowd controls here just to control some certain players here for Zaishi's Jushin, but still you cannot deny that Navi MY just has that boxing square. They could be really useful, and now onto sticky situations, that is where Ability really, really shines.
Definitely. I mean, now it's just really, really tough. The thing is, this is something that I actually spoke with the panel about just yesterday. The Juicin. I'm not really a big fan of it. Hold up, that's... Oh my lord, Soju! Getting countered by this Beleric. Back to the point, the Eve is such a good pick against the Juicin. It's so tough for the Juicin to do anything in lane just because of that lane matchup.
Yeah, and exactly. You have to commit for the flicker just so you could reach Hani, but Ramisi will be reached here by Arena. And talking about not only onto the mid lane, but also onto the roam setup. Imagine the roamer here for Navi MY getting the first blood this early. And Papa right now being doubled down by Client Zaishi. Even the ultimate has been exhausted here, Mirko.
At least they're able to find pressure elsewhere in the map, right? They're losing out in that mid lane battle. They're losing out in the invades because of Redmond just constantly holding her ground with the Wrath of the Triad. Soju, it's going to be harder and harder to get in. But Sha, again, yo, Navi Malaysia are doing so well at just pressuring and invading, giving space for Rina to constantly invade. Now already a level ahead of Ramisi.
And their confidence is really reflecting onto their game, according to the pre-game interview, right?
Yep.
And now for Navi MY, this is the kind of aggressiveness that you want if you're up against TLPH. And mostly because you want to win onto the macro. Speaking of the macro, turns off Arena, Daiki alone here.
This is a strange move for Daiki. All alone now, it's going to be the Traces coming down. Rina looking for the kill. While Daiki is... They're almost turning things around. Sha will be able to pick up the kill. It looked kind of close for a second there, but it will still just be a free kill and a turtle up top. Good rotation for Navi MY, stopping any sort of trade from happening. And Remen, she can take as many shots as she can. It's all good.
And Navi MY just predicting that, yeah, TLPH will try and put pressure onto other lane because they're losing onto the macro. An overall goal difference right now, starting to build up here onto the side of Navi MY, even though it's just around hundreds. But still, a lead is a lead. And taking closer look here onto the plan for Daiki, I do agree that that was somewhat questionable. She didn't have to somewhat contest that one alone onto 3 members, but maybe sort of a decoy just so TLPH could get some pickups. And so far, 5 minutes into the game, still 3-0 standing here onto the close score.
We've always been highlighting TLPH as a team that just does so well with macro, but so far, it does seem like they are being out macro. Navi Malaysia have just been one step ahead everywhere on the map. Good damage on Soju.
Wow.
Forcing her back rather than dry it. His Fafel is able to pop in and sprint and the heavy crossbow! Getting the shot onto Ramisi. Zaishi gets the trade, but it's a jungle for gold. Ramisi's the one you kind of want to have alive right now. Rena's capitalizing so hard on this.
And TLPH is just bleeding hard right now. You've mentioned we're not really that sure if they're going to be in a situation like this, but it's early into the tournament, like it's just day number 2, your second match, and Navi MY finally found a weakness of TLPH. Full-fledged competitiveness here for Navi MY, and not only that, they're managing their lanes so well right now, Mirko.
I like how you get a shot of the trophy and then it goes to the players. Navi MY certainly. They're coming into this tournament as I would say a lot of people didn't really expect them to be a favorite, but they're showing off their skill set here. They're showing off how good they can be. If they get a proper draft, they play their A game.
Even when they were reading comments earlier, right? They were like, we don't care. We're here to play. We play for ourselves. And we are here to stay, right? And for Navi MY, they're saying here, on the jungle yet again, the last turtle for this round being idled by TLPH. Will they be able to contest this one? Soju onto the back. Just eyeing up Rina. I think this might be somewhat of a turtle for Navi MY. Ramisi is still far away.
She's been able to get the level advantage back though now, level 10 to 10. But Rina, will certainly pick this up unless, close. Or that's a nada. That's going to be a solid real world manipulation as well. Daiki pops in the Raven Spider. Remen, we would play Wrath of the Try and locks her down. Remen picks up the kill. Sha in the back. Just going for the slam, spread, but that's about it as Ramisi clears up top again.
We thought that Kla could actually go and still off the turtle, but remember there's still the referee here for Navi MY. Plus, I like the fact that the Sha just targets Kla on the backside, just totally dominating her, zoning her out, and that's the kind of XP, or that's the kind of blue that you would want against a Granger that you know was the Sony MVP for yesterday's matches. But now for TLPH, they're really struggling. But one thing is for sure, Ramisi is doing a great job onto closing off the gaps, as you mentioned, onto the level. And of course, she really capitalizes onto the item as well. And now onto the bottom side, we could see some pressure happening right now.
Oh, Sha with the flicker forward, able to get the full stacks on Kla. Actually, not yet. That's gonna be the free hits from Kla. Popping it in, Honey. Very aggressive RWM. Punished instantly. Ramisi in the mid lane just split pushing now. 2 members down for Navi MY, and the early lead goes down. It's a disaster for Navi MY. A turn to mid lane, almost falling. Remen having to use that Raptor to try it, but a turret down below will be taken by Kla.
That is exactly the position that you want if you're TLPH, closing off the space between Kla and Hani. And now, once they've got that opening, all they have to do is open it wider. And even onto the top lane, TLPH finally got the groove and tempo back, eliminating all of the outer turrets, now targeted in the mid lane. Bullets being thrown out here. 5 members of Navi MY defensive here on the mid lane.
And this is the macro we were expecting at the early game. Good spot by Hani there. Spots on Ramisi. He's going to have to be way more clinical, Athena.
Yeah.
Like, Hani's real world manipulation in front like that was... Honestly, it was quite in. Team Liquid literally just capitalized on that. And I really think it's also just the forced errors.
Yeah,
Liquid have been split pushing so well.
I do agree with you. That wasn't a situation that Hani should have used the RWM, as you mentioned. But she's doing a great job onto spotting each and every bush, preventing. But what? Wow, Arena against Soju on the bottom side. Looking back here on the big objective, Lord upper grab. TLP just hovering over. As you mentioned, this is the kind of aggression that we want to see. And it's happening, but Navi MY just isn't letting anyone out of their sight. Each and every bush checked out. Soju might be chased down, but on the back lane, Kla delivering that much damage onto the Balearic Remond.
Double Death Sonata. I think weakness of the Balearic is the fact that you are just so easy to cut away against Kla. Death Sonata with the Rhapsodies coming down, but look at Fafao. Heavy crossbow coming down. Kla able to get away. Taiki, Bravest Fighter. A bit too early on, and that is a big resource that Navi Malaysia now have baited out from Liquid.
That's going to be a big shot goal here for Navi MY, and as you mentioned!
Dive to the back, that's Daichi taken down. Now Taiki as well without the Bravest Fighter.
Oh, no.
Soju looking for the kill on Hani, but Remen's right there with Revitalize. Kla zoned away, and now it is up to Ramisi to pull off a miracle steal. Rina popped in a Mountain Shocker, throws out the stun. Fafao going to the bushes, trying to read things out. Ramisi taking very low. Ramisi looking for the stacks, won't be able to get the full stacks on it. Not even electrifying beats as Fafao takes her down. That's a free Lord to Rina, unless Kla, will not be able to get close enough. Soju tries to fight, but ends up getting beat down inside of enemy territory. One last shot should be enough. Soju's buying just a bit more time, but she will fall to Fafao.
But still, that was a terrific job for Navi MY. Even with Fafao just going on the bush, on the bottom side, just checking out Ramisi. We thought that she could go for the turtle, Lords rather, but still we cannot deny how much of an advantage you have with a glue, just zoning out Kla, and without Kla, there just isn't enough damage here for TLPH. And as we mentioned, very crucial mistake too for Daiki as well, with the Bravest Fighter not landing any of it onto the members of Navi MY. Now, the tide has turned into the favor of Navi MY, but what's interesting though is that the gold lead just isn't growing that much. So close yet for TLPH, but now Lord will be marching onto the top lane, destroying the inner turret onto the top. Sha and Gremlin onto the front line, just doing enough to sustain, just so they can zone out and corner out TLPH here.
Despite the lore, despite the winning team fight, TLPH really playing to their identity. That macro game still strong for them. The goal lead, like you mentioned, Athena, isn't really that big now. Team Liquid are actually keeping their losses at the minimum. And it's due to the screening of Soju. Soju's been able to open up the map so well for Ramisi to constantly stay in the side lanes. They know where every member is from Navi Malaysia. And I guess if we're talking about improvements, that's what Navi Malaysia needs to improve on, right? How they can hide away from these screening heroes to stop the threat of a split push.
And the great thing about TLP, even though they don't land most of the crowd controls or clashes into their favor, but looking at the items closer, you already have a BOD here for Clap. They just need one good position for her, even for Ramisi to land those bullets. Meanwhile, for Navi MY, this is a sticky situation now. And with that, you have to be really careful on who to target here for TLP. They could just go and lead on when Daiki uses her ultimate, and that's it. That could be the shot call here for Navi MY. And so far, Ramisi is doing a great job onto leveling up the advantage here for the jungle-to-jungle comparison.
It should have been a whole lot more for Rina, that advantage, but right now Ramisi constantly shoving in waves in the bottom lane, other side far lanes, has given her, yeah, you can see that, way more gold distribution from minions. Whoa, Remen baited out, Wrath of the Dryad gone. Yeah, that's where you can see it, the jungle creeps and the minions. She's been able to get so much more compared to Rina, who's really just been, you know, more active, I would say, around team fights. Getting 1 kill, 5 assists. That's a big bot as well picked up as Kla goes on to poke Sha down.
And for Ramisi, as you mentioned, she's doing a great job onto trying to figure out a plan B, taking them out on the sickest situation here for TLPH. And looking at the goal difference, still hundreds here in favor of Navi MY. What we cannot deny, the TLPH just needs one clash into their favor, and that's it. Very crucial for Daiki to land those Bravest Fighter ultimate, but conceal play. Who are they going to target? TLPH was ready. No one was targeted. No one will be isolated. Soju yet again opening up the map, just giving more info before they try and dance with the Lord. It's going to be the second Lord of the round. Papao, good hiding spot, by the way.
Great flanking position there. If Liquid decide to go for this and not check the bushes, which is going to be kind of wild though, because Soju, oh no, she's going to go for the aggressive route. Fafa on the back with a heavy crossbow already. The damage! 3-mana mobilization from Sha. Oh,
Daiki!
What a dodge from the Bravest Fighter. Daiki unable to land the stun, and it is all Navi Malaysia. No Daiki, no Saichi in the mid lane. Slam with the spread lands on Kla. Luckily for her, it won't be the mount on. Ramisi zoned away. Rina gets a free Lord yet again for Navi Malaysia.
The 3-woman mobilization miracle was just beautiful. I wish we could see an instant replay on that clash. Definitely Navi MY. With one clash now, the goal lead is slowly picking up the pace, and as we requested, thank you so much for the instant replay. We can definitely see on how Sha capitalized on the space and members just close by here for DLKH, plus Hani with the RWM. Ramisi and Kla can do nothing but stare back, especially onto what Navi MY did there. That was full on macro and micro play here. Advantage for Navi MY.
Lord up top. This composition is built for a siege too. So good. Mountain Shocker used up already. Zoning Ramisi away. Kla with an angle. Looks for a Daiki. Daiki with the Bravest Fighter will be able to get a few shots down, but gets very low. Mounted on, brought back to the team. And they fall under the RWM with the Wrath of the Dryad. Catching Ramisi. Zaichi in the back looking for the play with the Crimson Beacon. Kla gunning down the front, but Sha's just so tanky. They've only just dealt with the immortality. Navi MY looking to utilize the Lord a bit more. They will get a base turret and a tier 1 in the mid lane.
Very good plan here just to defend their turret, but Navi MY. Rina taking down, yes, that's hefty bounty here for TLPH. But what Navi MY needs to do right now is take a closer look onto Kla. By the way, 0 deaths still.
0 deaths.
Even though she doesn't have the best KDA yet, but you cannot deny the damage, especially onto the damage ranking. She deals a whole lot more when she got that position. And as we mentioned, she just needs someone to somehow take a hold of the members of the front laners here for Navi MY. But it's just not giving right now. Even Soju targeting Reina just so they could balance out the clashes here, make it easier for Kla and Zaishi to defend. But still, Navi MY has most of the advantage here for game 1.
Wow. Navi Malaysia. I mean, we've been talking about the rivalry, and so far, Fafao, yeah, she's on the winning end right now. Kla, not really the best of games, but despite it all, like you said, Athena, 0 deaths. That's quite impressive. And really comes down to if she can get stacks on the Sky Piercer. Because if she gets just 2 more stacks, I'd say she's ready to carry the game. Then the rest of the team will have to maneuver in a way where it's so tough. It's really tough to even consider the win conditions right now for Team Liquid, just because of how many counter picks Navi MY have in their own composition.
And this is the tricky thing on why our panel was quite surprised onto why the Hilda was put onto the roam. You would want more setup. And even Chantal was like, the Jushin does have some, but you would want that instant lockdown.
Yeah.
You want more time to really choke them out. But for Navi MY right now, they have all of those criteria, right? You have the standard here for Redmond, and Fafao, by the way, already has a rose gold meter. So even if Ramisi cuts her off guard, she still has that split second of defense just so she could survive. And a lot can happen in a split second, right? And Fafao just hiding out, waiting for someone to take the bait or check out the purple buff. And now the Lord is being danced around by Navi and TLPH.
They gotta bait that Raptor Dryad somehow to give an opening for the Joy, for Amisi to look for a play. Rina pops in the Mountain Chakra, gets vision of everybody on the map. Soju still looking for the flank. Fafao in the mid lane, constantly getting the mid prio over. Daiki's confused whether she should clear the wave or rotate in.
So many things to consider here for TLPH. They also need to take a look on the minion wave. That's all in favor of Navi MY. And now they're forced to somehow retreat back, clear some of the waves incoming onto the top. But right now, onto the jungle, Soju, half-life left. Still immortality here. You have so many bushes around the Lord. But Daiki, will he go for the trade? Will she go for that setup?
In the back, Rina's still able to go with the Mountain Chakra. That's going to be Soju mounted on Kla! On
Flicker.
She's still able to flicker out with the Wind of Nature in the back line as well. Soju tried her best to go for the kill. Daiki has to run away. No Bravest Fighter. That's the CC immunity. 2-man stun. Now on the back with the Bravest Fighter. Still not enough to take him down despite Kla's best efforts to go for the kill. Hani is too clean with it. Pops in the Winter Crown. Stays alive. And now Navi have a whole evolved Lord marching top.
Frontliners here for TLPH having the hardest time for game number 1. And so far, even though Soju is doing a great job onto giving information, their defense just isn't enough for all the burst that's coming from Navi MY, and now they're left to defend. Navi MY onto the defense, complete 5-woman setup here if ever. Ultis are also on the spot.
Rina back. Kla buys immortality or has immortality, buys the Winter Crown in time. But no, Kla still falls in the end. That was a stompy stomp if I've ever seen one, from the counter picks, from the execution. Navi Malaysia are coming into MWI 2025, guns blazing.
That was the kind of dominance that they want to show on their play, onto their game. And Navi MY just capitalizing on their early up until the end. Right.
We saw glimpses of the Malaysian brilliance just last year in MWI with the homegirls. But I think Navi MY this year have taken that to a whole new level. They have literally just beaten a team that most analysts predicted to win this matchup.
Most of the time, right? Even onto the comments of our live stream, there were doubts onto Navi MY's capabilities, but now another convincing performance onto our day 2 opener. Now you see that they are a heavy competitor. They are another full-fledged powerhouse in the making here. And we're just a second day onto our group stage. I could only imagine what more can they show. Will this be a sweep yet again? Targeting and locking in onto TLPH. Their path right now seems smooth, right? And to break it down for you for that game number 1, let's toss it over onto our panel.
LaSalle.
Thank you very much, Mirko, as well as Athena. And even though it was a stompy stomp, but because of the mid-game, the macro coming in from Team Liquid, it was a very prolonged stompy stomp. But personally for me, I kind of feel like the one that really won that one was the draft, right?
Yep.
A lot of outplays in the draft that really helped them out in the game.
I think when you look at it, the Eve and Valeric alone could actually stop the threat from Soju, even Daiki.
Almost everyone from the team.
Almost everyone. So I think that's the reason why TLPH just opted to go for the split push. And then there were moments wherein they want to go for the team fight, but it just so happened that they also had the glue firm shot, who did play very well on that game, like doing the split against the other heroes.
Honestly, like if we're just looking at basics here, every single lane, it's a lane win matchup. Irrital against Granger, Eve against Jushin. And honestly, Yisun Shin against Joy that wants to farm fast, but Yisun Shin farms faster. It just feels like they just got a tier above with all the picks.
Yeah, and that's probably why I think even for the possible other option of Team Liquid, which was to gain a little bit of control even, there's a Hilda which could potentially be a lot more aggressive. It could scout a bit more. There could be some information here and there, but they can't do that. And the moment they weren't able to get the turtle, I feel like that's where they just accepted their fate to just rely entirely on the macro.
I just noticed Raimundo ended the game with 2-0 and 14, and she's the roam. She decided, I'm the carry now. I'm not going to die.
Yeah, there were moments wherein the Ancient Seed was used masterfully by Raimundo here. Imagine, you have players from Team Liquid PH that wants in for the dive. You have the Ancient Seed, and then everyone is just taunted. And then the team fight stops there for Team LPH. And then Navi MY, they have the Yisun Shin. They have the Irrital. And if you look at the hero composition of TLPH, there's no really crowd control.
Yeah, and I guess that's also why Fafao had such a great time.
Yeah.
There was no need for Fafao to get the Purify. There was no need for Fafao to be too mindful of her positioning.
Yeah.
But still, she was. And there were moments where she literally put herself in hidden spots just to be the one to surprise Team Liquid, because she knew that there was no one that could potentially stop her. Zaishi, the possibly only crowd control, was too busy zoning other members and doing other stuff.
Yeah, if we're looking at TLPH, they really have a lot of chase, but they don't have any kind of lockdown because when it comes to the later stages of the game, you have to make the tough decision. Who do you want to target? Do you want to target the Eve? Do you want to target the Irrital? Do you want to target the Yisun Shin? And at late game, every one of them is a threat.
Yeah, and we saw earlier that there's a huge difference in terms of the damage dealt for the players, probably because of the way that they can initiate and actually stop or end the team fight. So we could see here the difference in terms of gold.
Not that much, honestly.
Not that much, yes, but I think it's more on the execution or like the opportunity for TLPH to win a team fight. I feel like, yes, they have the items for Kla, even for Ramizi, but I think it was not even half of the damage of Kla that Ramizi was able to deal against the players of Navi MY.
Yeah, there were no deaths from Kla in the game, at least leading to that last push done by Navi MY, but they needed damage, they needed a way to come back, and that clearly was something they were not able to achieve just yet. So Navi MY, even with the lineup that could probably have the better late game, so that's when you know that it's just so tough for Team Liquid.
So let's go step by step. I want to talk about the changes that they could make, but for now we're gonna look at the head-to-head of the EXP laners here, just to see when an EXP laner does well, the jungler does well as well. So now we gotta look at Sha as well as Daiki. 12 average KD against 0.33. Daiki really didn't have a great game for this one, and I don't know, did she herself make a mistake, or did Navi MY just punish her every single time?
It's just the skill set, the difference in skill set for their heroes. I think there was a time. This
that
perfect
one.
example. This moment, she uses the bravest fighter, and then she just realized, okay, I'll just die here anyway.
It was slightly miscalculated because she almost got it. I probably, if like there wasn't a backup or if there wasn't a bodyguard alongside Rina at the time, but even then, it could only do so much because in the other parts of the map, that wouldn't guarantee that they'd be completely winning out just yet.
Yeah, really holding the name of the ultimate bravest fighter. She really showed that she was brave, but it came to a point where it becomes almost predictable by Navi MY. It's like we save our skills, so when she dives in, we just punish her, and that's what we saw in this game. So while we're looking at the highlights here, Chantel, what do you think TLPH really needs to adjust? Because let's remind ourselves, winner will be the first team to qualify to the knockout stage.
I believe for TLPH, this is the time we're in it. They don't really want to overcomplicate things in terms of draft. The Lapu-Lapu last pick, it's something that we didn't really expect coming from TLPH. Even the prioritization of the Hilda was somehow questionable.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, it's more on the priority and their sequence of the heroes that they would choose.
Yeah, if any, there were some teams who really didn't care about the sequence, but they had plans in mind. They knew what had to be done. That was the time where I believe it was Onyx picking up that lineup,
Slowly building up,
and then we had so many questions in mind, but heading into the game, we see that they had 4 ruptures. So it was the early they were after all. But this was different because they had no direct answers. They had no clear answers to the numerous problems that we already saw coming from the draft itself.
Speaking of the draft, I kind of feel like we got to talk about this, where not all flexible picks are created equal. Because when we're looking at jungle, roam, and EXP, that's the one where there's a lot of flexibility. But not every hero is a 10 out of 10 flexible. Something like a Hilda, I would say, is only like a 2 out of 10. Like on the EXP, she's great. But in the roam, it's very conditional. So I kind of feel like for the teams prioritizing a very flexible pick, you really got to think about it. How flexible is it really?
Yeah, if they are to choose a flexible hero, they have to make sure that it will check on all the points that is needed up against a specific team, because Navi MY is also known to be a team that is good at macro, even initiating team fights. And just because I think the story behind, or the reason behind the Hilda pick was because of the YSS, but it just ticks the box against the YSS, and there's no really answer to the rest of the problems for TLPH. So too early for the Hilda. Could have been an EXP lane, or probably another EXP lane that has more to give in a team fight.
Yeah, because earlier, Navi MY felt like they already saw the immediate answer from Team Liquid Philippines, and they were just able to draft better around the Yi Sun-shin. So, I mean, the Yi Sun-shin Prio is a different story. That's a power pick nowadays. So, yeah, I believe that's also what Team Liquid Philippines definitely needs to work on.
Now I want to talk about Kla, because in that game, even though she didn't get as much kills as she got yesterday, but still, her positioning is very, very good. Now, she got the Granger early, but then eventually got countered out by the Irithel. Do you guys feel like maybe it's a good idea just to delay her pick, maybe even the 3rd pick, so that you can have the bans later on?
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because knowing that both gold laners have a larger hero pool, right? So I think, that's a good option also for TLPH, so that they can have other heroes that could actually support Kla, because Kla alone can play individually in a safer manner, wherein she's not a player that needs to be tended to.
I mean, even just yesterday, she was one of the players confident enough to bring out the Harith in like current meta, and she was able to play that relatively well. So I believe Kla also has like a multitude of options to choose from if ever they are forced to that point, which is again all about the sequence, I guess, because even the mid laners, right? We were talking about it earlier. Like, oh, it was so surprising to see all the mid laners just come in the second phase of the draft.
Yeah, Kla is amazing, but we still have to remember this is a 5v5. You need a proper support, proper peel, proper distance given to the player to be able to actually contribute into the fight. So we're going to jump into the draft very, very soon. So I kind of feel like we're all in agreement that TLPH, they can give out very amazing drafts against Navi MY, where they're known to have a larger hero pool as well. They just got to be careful not to get trapped, right? Because if there's a possible counter, then it's a possibility that Navi MY will pick it up, even the Belleric.
Yeah, we were all agreeing during the game while watching that Balearic answers everything that TLPH has. So knowing that this is the threat from Navi MY, I think for Coach Moody, since he's also a coach for MDL that has a lot of like hero
global bans,
the global bans, right? So I think this is where he could change things up coming to game number 2, or probably change the dynamics even for Kla, because I think they're focusing too much on having Kla as the center of the damage. So there's no really way for Ramisi. Yes, they had the Joy, but the Joy earlier, if stopped in terms of the jungling pattern, is just forced to go for the split push.
Yeah, and Navi MY clearly was the more successful one to do that earlier in game number 1, even despite just having the Veloric and the glue. That's so surprising in itself, because it was Team Liquid who had the Hilda, and I feel like you could just immediately associate the Hilda with disrupting so much from Navi MY supposedly, but that wasn't entirely the case.
And now we're jumping into the draft here where Team Liquid, this time they're going to be first pick, and Navi MY, they will be the second pick. So in this situation, they do have priority in actually getting some setup or win condition on for themselves, maybe even an opportunity to take away the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, Yisun Shin, good point. I think if Navi MY bans out the Yisun Shin, then there's the answer for TLPH. It means that Navi PH works around a jungler like a YSS, so they would have a better idea on that. But anyway, TLPH, they're banning out the usual heroes, Farsa and Wama even. Farsa meaning they still want Kla to have somehow safer area in terms of the laning.
I am leaning towards the idea that Team Liquid Philippines might want to revert back to the more common comfort picks, similar to the Fredrins and all that, for their draft. Heading into game number 2, I feel like that's something more familiar to them. Also, granted the bans that we have so far.
Speaking of bans, I think this game, Uranus and even Baksha will be open, and it is open. That has been a trade here for Navi MY. Okay, we ban still the Harith and have TLPH choose between those two heroes, even YSS, and then they get the better trade because Baksha, they got it, and then Uranus YSS.
Is an amazing opening. Even our draft Brigida, I started with Baxia, and I was very happy with the draft that I got. And yeah, Baxia is a very good opener, and now it comes to the question where you just don't know where this Baxia is going. Is it going EXP? Is it going roam? Is it going jungle? This is one of those heroes that, personally for me, is like an 8 out of 10 in terms of flexibility. It legit can go anywhere.
Oh, okay. Never mind the YSS.
Speaking of which, this Lancelot was the one that Rina used to destroy Gaming Gladiators yesterday, using twice straight.
Yeah, Rina, I think, is one of the most proficient assassin junglers that we have out there.
I think I know why. I'm looking at the draft right now, and there's not too many lockdown heroes. Like the Kali is not there, the Badang is not there, and they took away the Gatot Kacha, and there's the Phobias like you predicted, and now the Moscow. So now there's more crowd control. But I wonder if this was a bait.
Okay.
Still no mages again.
Sorry, I'm surprised because I think Navi MY is trying to replicate their draft from yesterday. They have the Lancelot, Gatot, and CC for game number 1. Although Harith won't be taken here, even Parsa, so they're just changing some of the areas. But definitely, this is like their comfy or comfortable hero composition. This 3.
I see, and it kind of, like, wherever the CC goes, whatever you put in the XP lane, it feels like they're happy with that matchup already.
This is a combo that happens in Malaysia a lot as well. CC as well as Gato Kacha, where CC locks people down, and then it's a free ult for the Gato. Yeah, so it's one of those very annoying things that you see in rank, and even though it's in rank, it's very much viable in professional play.
Yeah, and I think Navi, they are also still considering the idea that the Vaksha might not just be the jungler just yet, because they took out the Suyo. So maybe there is still a chance that we get to see the Fredrin I did mention earlier, but I feel like they
too much on the
same
sustain.
mage.
They need a lot of damage.
Yeah, they need a lot of damage lacking on since if they are leaning towards
but they're
the
banning the
sustain.
carry, so maybe
There's a chance here.
maybe because they banned the carry.
And they banned the What if it's just Alice without the Angela all over it? Because they did it yesterday. That did not have the Angela beside the...
I think that's a possible route because Zetian is still open. So you could have Zetian and Alice as two final picks. So they will have equal for both physical and magic. Although too much on magic, maybe.
Like I said, no such thing.
No
such thing as too much magic, man. As a roamer, we need a magic resistant update. But either ways, right now the final bans coming in for Team Liquid. They got to be careful because Navi will have the priority here, and I feel like the priority is going over to the mid unless it's going to be something very flexible. They banned out the Bruno as well, so they want to make sure that the Moskov has a good matchup. But honestly, there's still a lot of gold laners still open, even the likes of Granger.
Granger, Brody, even
Irithel too. It's still
Irithel, yeah, in terms of mobility.
Bane.
Why not?
I mean, who knows? Who knows, right? Yeah.
Oh, the last time they did meet each other though in the qualifiers, they used Bane twice in a row.
Yeah.
And we have
The Selena, the honey special.
Okay.
So you were talking about how TL should really go for comfort. Maybe Navi heard that, is like, hey, that's a good idea.
Oh
you
my!
can see the smiles on their face now. And I think there's a story with the Selena of Honey, wherein even male pro players know that they shouldn't give her.
Yeah, they're
Selena.
like, ban it out. Don't let her have that Selena. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna be an option. But now Team Liquid Philippines, they still have chances to find a way to work around this. If I were the Fredrin in this situation, though, I would feel bad. Like they're
Yes, I'm over here like, are you sure, coach? I mean, I don't mind being a punching bag.
but maybe not anymore. Okay,
Yeah, so
okay.
the Hayabusa and the Zitian.
Okay.
Maybe there was a switch on a TLPH side. I think they were really looking forward to have a sustained
They probably
jungle.
were.
But then again, they saw the Selena, and it is Honey that is using it. So, yep, Hayabusa is a good option here, or a nice choice for TLPH rather than having sustain. It's just that the only target for the Hayabusa mid transition to late game is gonna be the Selena and probably the gold laner of Navi MY, because you can't really burst out a CZ as early as possible. Gatot even the Lancelot can escape.
Yeah, not unless the laning goes well for I guess. I mean for Daiki. But they wrap it up with the Granger, and yeah, because the Lancelot, there's too many iframes, so might not be the best option. But let's see how it goes. For Team
Yeah, right
Liquid.
now we can definitely see for Navi MY there is a lot of burst and a lot of control here. So TL, they really have their work cut up for them. I want to see how fast they rotate. So thank you very much, Chantel, as well as Brigida. But now it's time for me to pass it over to Mirko and Athena to continue on casting the second game in the series. We'll see. Will it be a 2-0?
Thank you, Lafel, Chantal, and Brigida. And now, it's going to be the Battle of Redemption versus the dominance of Navi MY for game number 2. Let's head on over onto the Land of Dawn. It's me, Athena. Together with me is Mirko. What can you say about that draft, Mirko? Specifically eyeing out a certain hero here for Navi MY.
Right now, all I can say is choo-choo, because it's a train, Navi. They've literally built themselves a train. Now, it depends what kind of train they want. If they get a snowball early, this is going to be a bullet train. It'll be going through the map super fast. But if they fall behind, this is going to be one of the trains that actually, gets derailed real quick. TLPH have a pretty okay composition to hold back, to weather the storm. It really just comes down to if Navi Malaysia, again, get that snowball early, because, this composition is kind of nasty if they do get a snowball.
So in short, TLPH needs to find a way to derail this bullet train. I do believe it's going to be a bullet train, especially with what Hani is doing. And as Chantal have mentioned, even most pro players, men pro players, bans out the Selena here for Hani. I was just supposed to say Hani for Selena. But still, you're on the mid lane. Early skirmishes here for Soldier and Ramisi.
The taunt over. Oh, first blood already for Rina. And hey, Athena, I just had a conversation with Rose outside of the talent lounge. She was already hopping out Rina. She's like, yeah, Rina, she's an upgrade here for Navi MY. Like, if she was there from last year, they would have beat Smart Omega Empresses. So, hey, Shout out to Rose.
Yeah, and definitely we're seeing it. First blood, plus yesterday, they totally destroyed, am I right? GG with this Lancelot. Sweep with Reina's Lancelot, right? And now with Hani playing on to the Selena. Yet again, game 2 Selena here for Hani. They just want to go for the sweep here. Navi MY definitely for TLPH needs to watch out. They need to watch out for their tempo here. Crucial crowd controls here for Zaishi, even the ultimate as well with a Fury Phoenix. But right now for Navi MY, fast-paced action here. Rotation on the first turtle. Soju getting hit hard.
Missile arrow landing too. Massive stun coming down to the back as well. But now look at Daiki with the Infernal Pursuit. Ramisi gets a kill back. 2-1. Navi Malaysia caught in the tough spot. That's the power of the Phobias early during turtle takes.
That's what you want for Daiki. Even though she doesn't land the Infernal Pursuit, but the Dark Wave really matters. Just so she could just zone him out, slow him down. Reina taken down here. Daiki just regaining some of her confidence from game 1's Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, and it could also just be a rare case or a very, very common case of a caster curse. Right as we compliment Reina, we get to see a death.
Maybe it's a mere curse.
Hey,
2.0.
man. Hey, you know what? My bad. Lafel, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I cursed the girls, man.
And even Rose.
And I'm
you
sorry,
have
guys.
to say sorry.
I'm sorry. Both teams are equally good.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you want, we won't say their names, but we have to.
Yeah.
We really have to. And going back here for TLPH, regaining some of those accomplishments on the dominance, and even Gladier just picking off a hero which have much freedom that she needs in terms of positioning, and of course, if she is needed under a certain clash with a Sphere of Destruction. But right now, onto the farming. What's up? Is it going onto the favor of Ramisi right now?
I think so far it's actually quite even still between the junglers, right? Like, Ramisi has a level lead, I think mainly just because of the neutral objective take. So, Reina should be able to even it out a bit more. It comes down to turtle number 2, I'd say. Like, that's going to be the real determining neutral objective to see who actually will get the massive advantage. Because once Ramisi gets it, if she gets it, that's going to be a big lead.
But actually, for TLPH, they ain't scared of this Selena, right? They just open it up even for the drop for game 1. Wait a second. Did we see them right? The flicker here for Fafao this early.
Yeah, a bit of panic there, definitely. Seeing Kla walk up aggressively on the Moscow.
Yeah.
Definitely strange, you know? You won't expect a weak side laner to be walking up aggressively. And turns out it was right. She was right. Ramisi was around the corner. It's just, was it too early to show that flicker to pop it out? Now Navi Malaysia looking to struggle. Phobias already rotating the turtle.
Okay, going to be set up here. Further pursuit activated. Dark Wave is also there. Just getting a lot of damages in here. Sphere of Destruction hitting no one.
With AOG, look for the ult as well. Oh, Zaishi picks up the kill as Reina jumps in with a puncture. Fafao going to be caught in the back now. Goes into the Rhapsody, but Remen gets Spear of Misery pinned down to the wall. Reina gets a kill back from Ramisi. Just going to go for the Pokemon's Rose, but gets caught by the Shurikens. And Team Liquid continue that early lead and now capitalize on it. 2,000 gold lead up.
Fled onto the second turtle. Might be the deal setter here for their junglers, but not only that, also onto the laning. Just wow for Team Liquid. A very nice layer there for Daiki and as well as Soju right there. But let's take a closer look here onto our instant replay. The jump come from Daiki. We understand that Remen has to go for the AOG, but what they didn't expect was the damage here being layered properly by TLPH.
An attempt from Daiki, good zoning. Gets the job done. Daiki walks back up very aggressively.
That is nice. With shades up as well. Like, she's looking at them eye to eye like, what you gonna do? You should just back away now, girl. You don't have the flicker. But for Team Liquid, that is the kind of swag that we want. And now they have a huge lead. That's 3.4k gold lead right now. 5 or 6 minutes into the game. Navi MI still has a chance. You cannot eliminate the fact that this is one of the best picks for Hani. Still stable here with a 0-0-3 KDA. But looking at the gold difference, all of it is in favor of all the roles here are late for Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah. So far, this train has looked kind of derailed, you know? Team Liquid have done a good job weathering the storm, actually utilizing the storm to their advantage. They've been winning the early game, a 3,000 gold lead. Really good missile arrows from Hani, but there's just not much they can do with it, right? Like, every time it lands, it's just poke. They can't all in onto Soju. They can't all in onto Daiki. And the Phobius gets actually quite a bit of value whenever the Selena walks up. You get those stacks or the passive even faster.
And that's just what she wants exactly, right? And for Navi MY, they know that also. That's why they're just continually finding a way to reach somehow Zaishi and even Ramisi. But Ramisi is someone that you wouldn't want to waste so many resources at, right? And for Navi MY, they need to balance out some of the lanes because for TLPH, even though nothing is happening yet, look at the top lane. There's just Glad doing her job. And now last turtle of the round, Soju on the front line and 1v1 on the gold.
SOD into the front is where good flicker out from Fafao. Looking for an angle to go for a tier 2 to be following with the turtle as well. Now as Rina tried to go for the steal on the turtle. Redmond able to get away with the top, but now it's gonna be the vengeance popped in. Shot brought back by the dark wave, and Zaishi gets the killing spree. Abyssal arrow landing, but it's only onto Daiki. The orange buff. An attempt to take it away. Clock gets it. The Rose and the phantom execution in the front. AOG. They try to save her. Clock gets away with the help of Daiki.
What a move here for Kla. Definitely want to go for the flawless record yet again. And for TLPH, they're just doing it. They're just sticking together. So even though an arrow, abyssal trap hits, Hani has no choice but to just back away. They couldn't just dive in straight ahead here for TLPH. And now they're just fully utilizing the advantage that they got. And Kla doing a great job yet again on the pushing off the initiator and on the bottom side. Hani going in. Oh no!
4-member Sun, the pin down, and the shredding shots coming in for the Moskov Claw.
Ramisi and Rina.
1v1 up top. Ramisi gets the better of Rina, but Rina is able to get away, just barely. Luckily, they still had the Holy Defense down below, but they're not going to have a tier 2 for any longer.
Yeah, and a bit of a struggle here to put some stacks onto Fafao's Sky Piercer, by the way. And looking at the trio here, Trinity rather, here for class itemization. Beautiful build, by the way, DHS onto the third. Meanwhile, a huge power struggle here onto the mid laners. We couldn't fill the damage yet for Hani. And prioritizing, of course, the Enchanted Talisman for the City Reduct. But as we could see, even though she's landing perfectly onto the arrows, they just couldn't burst down anyone yet from Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's a 2,000 gold lead between the gold laners. Like you said, the 3-item power spike. And it's just strange to see, right? Because usually you would see this lead on a Granger, especially at this point of the game.
Yep.
It's a Granger that has to go for a trade with Redmond protecting her. Free neutral objective, and it's a big one. The SOD gets shot down. Redmond's recall gets cancelled. Oh, she takes it too. Just gets a free teleport down below to manage the waves and to go in for a 3-way push. Great shield unity to dodge away from the Abyssal Arrow too. And Navi Malaysia, hey, this is a big concern. Their wave clear is not really good.
Yeah, and definitely it will be a hard defense if ever, because Team Liquid is just capitalizing with the clearing of each and every lane. They want it onto the same time. The Lord marches onto the top side. So most probably Navi MY needs to rethink. They know who to target, but right now it's not really giving. And right now onto the mid lane, we have Soju with Shield Unity. Sha as well is really struggling.
Oh my god!
And Hani!
Shadow kill the back as an assassination on the mid and the gold lane. Fafao and Hani fall into the shadow kill of Ramisi. Claw having a blast down below, just piercing through the HP bars of Navi MY.
Okay, they're continuing. Soju just roaming around here onto the base. Navi MY left to defend for the crystal. Zaishi onto the top lane. They don't want any idle moments here for TLPH. They want to do everything as fast as they can. And now 4 members in. Soju on the bottom side. Rina getting hit out. AOG!
Good purify out. Now with the sustain on Ramisi. Goes up the short, gets out the shadow kill again out the Fafao in the back line. Still able to get The isolation on Remen. The SOD now landing. Rina getting caught as well. Has a revitalized Claw. Jumps back in. Has a bit of nature. And baits out Rina, but she's still able to survive. Daiki goes in for the Dark Wave. And Ramisi cleans up in the back. Wow. Navi Malaysia stuck now under the crystal. The missile arrow goes wide as a pin down on Hani by Claw. And she goes in for more piercing shots onto Rina, onto Shah. And that's a double for Claw and the crystal to follow.
And that's going to be it. Team Liquid PH regaining their confidence and their strong willpower and extending the series on to a game number 3. What an adjustment and what a play here for Ramisi as well. Just throwing those shurikens, targeting the back lanes themselves.
Wow.
And even Daiki, right? This is a better performance compared to game number 1 alone.
That was so different. And I think it has to be, again, because of a very all in or nothing type draft from Navi Malaysia, right? They kind of put themselves in that situation where, yes, if they win the early game, it would have been great. But TLPH, they're a team that you can't really do that to, right? Like they're even in game 1, even in an early game win position for Navi Malaysia, TL were able to recover a lot of times. They were able to stay even in the mid game. And here, man, that setup was just too much for Navi Malaysia to handle, even with the snowball comp.
You just got to keep a cool head here. And I'm not surprised for the game 3. We have the mother and daughter of all seers onto the panel. Speaking of which, it's your turn, Lafel and Chantal Brigida.
Brigid Chantel, man.
My thoughts exactly, Athena. So someone has a reputation to really maintain, and both Brigida as well as Chantel has maintained their reputation. How do you guys feel? Like, you guys did it? We're going for game 3? First since yesterday.
Probably, I think we looked forward for a game number 3 prior to this game. But yeah, I just feel like for TLPH, they just knew how to adjust against Navi MY coming to game number 2.
There were clear adjustments made. Even like in terms of the bans that they did, you kind of get an idea of what they already want to do. But this time, they make it work.
I gotta say, in this game, Ramichi, she really locked in. She was like, okay, you know what? Let me stay quiet for this one, and let me just execute. And she executed so many people.
Hence the smile earlier that we saw. And yup, for Team Liquid Philippines here, in terms of the drafting, better like structure. I mean, everything is on point, including a hero that could be up front. Surprisingly for Clash, or I think for Clash, she's just surprising everyone that she can do. Very good performance with any hero. So you have even Ramichi here, 606. This is very different against the Joy earlier, but it means that she knows what to do if they are on the lead early game or if they are lacking in terms of gold.
Yeah, they maintained it so well, honestly, against the Navi MY, who I feel clearly weren't able to make use of how well their skills could have layered together. We were hinting towards the curtain call and the AOG, or potentially even the Selena jumping in and contributing to the engages that they can start off with through the Abyssal Arrow. But even the casters highlighted this. Even when the arrow lands, like, it doesn't make that much of a difference. You're not as confident to go in.
I kind of feel like we almost have to rewind the game all the way from the first 3 minutes, where earlier on even Rina was killed during her farm, right? So I kind of feel like the mid trio coming in from Team Liquid just ensured that Rina popped off yesterday, so just make sure that she doesn't get to do that again and let Ramichi do her thing. And it sounds like a very simple game plan, but very effective.
Yeah, I think that's the reason as to why the priority of the items, if I'm not mistaken, for Daiki also was the Antikiras, just to somehow limit the physical abilities and even some of the factors in the game. And if we look at the goal difference, it's just really Team Liquid Philippines winning majority of the resource taking. So there was a lot of a difference in terms of the itemization or the items that they got. Even on the map control, very evident here for game number 2.
Yeah, I saw almost 3,000 gold difference between the Hayabusa as well as the Lancelot here. So yeah, honestly, a very fast I would say, reactions coming in from Team Liquid. It's like, yeah, we lost game number 1, but don't let it discourage us. Just do better. And that's what they did. They did better.
Yeah, this is a game where Team Liquid definitely felt a lot more comfortable playing their lineup. Because game number 1, the way they drafted that, again, knowing fully well what they were getting themselves into, it really looked uncomfortable for Team Liquid. But this time around, even with the sudden need to switch things up, because I think a lot of us would agree that the plan was different for the jungler here of Team Liquid for this particular game, but it was such a massive adjustment done by Coach Moody, and it helped them get through this game.
Probably for Coach Aish, into game number 3, I think the Gatot isn't advisable to be picked as early as the second 2 picks, because it was their pattern from yesterday, even the Lancelot, so they could actually have an X Factor type of sequencing in terms of their pickings of the hero. Yep.
And we saw how Ramichi really popped off in this game. So let's actually look at the jungle difference here, because again, looking actually surprisingly, average KDA is not that much, but if we look at damage per minute, now that's where it really made the difference, where I kind of feel like Rina couldn't even enter the team fight compared to Ramichi.
Yeah, even the few times where she did try, those were the moments Team Liquid were already grouped up, so they had ways to answer back immediately. Even just a simple, well-timed dark wave coming in from Daiki already denied Rina of whatever tempo she wanted to set through the punctures, through the thorn rose. So that already was enough. We barely saw Rina actually pose a threat to Team Liquid in this game.
Yeah, I think the only time that there was an actual damage or actual threat from Arena was when the moment they were trying to defend their base, and it's not advisable that you have 2 heroes from TLPH that could actually dive. And all in all, for TLPH here, Ramiti, yes, was in the zone, just like diving at the back lanes of a Navi MY. So if you're Hani and even Falfao, there's always a threat. Hey, maybe Ramiti is gonna be here anytime soon. So there is a disruption already in the pattern, like their formation and defense and even offense. So yeah, I think that's about it for TLPH. Ramisi just had a great time with 303 in the early stages of the game, and even securing majority of the objectives because also of Daiki's and even another sustained hero.
Yeah, somehow this series, it's proving to be somehow a battle of the draft.
Yeah. I would agree.
The way that there's been such a big difference between the drafts of these two teams in the past 2 games played such a huge role in how the game eventually played out, because we were talking about all these flex options in game number 1, and that was clearly lacking from Team Liquid. But in game number 2, we saw the, as you mentioned, Gatot and Lancelot priority, which again kind of limited the flex options for Navi MY, and now it's them who somehow struggled because they actually wrapped out the first phase with a CC2. So it's very clear where these
very
are
honest.
going.
Yeah, and now this is our first 3-game series, courtesy of the both of you. Thank you very much, by the way. And I think this deserves to be the qualifying match to go to the knockout stage. And I would say for both games, it does feel one-sided for Navi MY in game number 1, and game number 2 was for Team Liquid. So in terms of how strong they feel, I kind of feel like at this point, like you guys said, draft, yes, but also kind of subjective. But if I were to lean towards, I would lean towards a little bit towards Team Liquid, because even in game number 1, when it was clear like the draft wasn't in their favor, they were able to hold out long enough and potentially even won that one.
Yeah, I would agree on that. I think it was stretched. Game number 1, we have the split pushing capability with the heroes. I think it's something that we could see on game number 3, not unless there is a specific strategy for the other team that could go for the snowball.
Yeah, because Team Liquid knew their macro so well. And Navi MY clearly have to find a way to, just the same way Team Liquid did it in game number 2, maintain that if they get it in game number 3.
And now we have a quote coming in from Rina. Of course, we've prepared something special for the match against Team Liquid. Just look forward to it. Most people know me for playing assassins, but who knows? I might pull out a fighter or tank jungler, you'll have to wait and see. Well, if we have to see, we got to see in game number 3 because this is literally the last opportunity they have for any kind of surprises.
Yeah, because even like yesterday, I was talking to Owl, like an Indonesian talent, right? And I was asking her, how familiar do you think Rina is with non-assassin junglers? And her only response is, yeah, she could, but probably it's not the same way we know her to play assassin.
Oh, does it mean that Navi MY, specifically Rina, really prepared, or
Could be.
or
A
maybe
Tigreal jungle.
Yeah. Why not? Well, maybe well, possible. So yeah, I think it's something that Team Liquid Philippines has to be prepared. But knowing that they could also do that,
Actually.
it all boils down again. It all falls to the
Yeah.
idea that they shouldn't really prioritize heroes that will limit the flexibility or versatility of their hero composition.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you really change that, you're changing the identity of Navi MY, where the win condition for them is Rina as well as Fafao. So if Rina is using someone to really support, either a fighter or a tank, then you have to have a second win condition, which logically speaking, it has to be Honey. And at that point, it's a good idea. We've seen plenty of teams having mid as well as gold to be the win condition, but that's one of those things that you really have to practice before putting it into play in a $500,000 US championship.
For Hani though, in I think the most recent tournament we saw her, again, it's been the Selena, which has been her go-to pick, and then following that was the Kimmy. But nowadays, the Kimmy in the mid isn't that often.
It's like
It's,
as if
it's always banned.
It's
To be
always
fair, it's
banned.
always banned.
Yeah. So let's see if Hani does have other plans in mind, because as of now, Badang and Moscow immediately taken out for Navi. What could be the priority here?
Yeah, and the same question goes to TLPH, right? Because they actually switched things up. They banned out a different hero. Both Uranus and Baxter was opened game number 2, remember?
Yeah.
So I think they will give again the YSS, if not Zetian.
But that is these.
Hey,
That's the farces the Zetians open.
Yeah.
So
But they
never
banned out the
mind.
Farsa. Okay, so the question here is, since TLPH lost against the YSS of Arena game number 1, if they ban it out, then the left open heroes would be I'm not
Kimi?
sure.
Kimi is
You
open.
just mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
Now it's
yeah.
out. What?
Why not Kimi?
Yeah, Kimi is open, and the Baxia got banned as well. You just have to be careful of Ramichi because, her assassins are good.
Yeah, I think that's a trade. We open up the YSS, we get the Kimi because yesterday TLPH played well with the Kimi. And also it means that in terms of early game, they have high deep in okay.
But they got the Kimi.
They got the Kimi. Let's give YSS to TLPH. So TLPH, they have the option to go Arlot and YSS.
Yeah.
If not
Or
other
Arlot and,
Phobius.
I think
Too much.
I think they actually want them to take the Yisun Shin because, like I said, like having the Kimi going up against something like a Hayabusa, Lancelot, Link, that's much scarier.
Yeah.
Like Yisun Shin is an amazing hero, but at least the Kimi feels fine. But this does come back to our topic just now, where if you do want to put a tank or a fighter in the jungle, someone else has to carry. So now maybe they're good on their word. Maybe Rena's gonna show something else.
And they go for the Gatot Kacha instead, which
This is a classic Circus. You say don't, and then they're like, actually, wait, did she say do or don't?
Even yesterday, I wasn't proud when I suggested the Harith, but there was a Harith.
You weren't proud of it, but hey, you were correct.
Anyway.
okay, so they went against our advice and picked up the Gatot Kacha.
I think Phobius is a good answer here for Navi MY. But it depends on the early game of the YSS. Probably a glue still could be a nice
I don't know.
option.
I feel like Akai Arlit, Fredrin Arlit.
Akai Arlot.
Yeah, that would be
Akai
pretty good
Arlot.
too. Yeah.
How can we forget the best duo in this tournament?
Because we don't like Akai. Hasn't really shown up yesterday. Hopefully today's different.
Not unless the surprise Rena's been talking about was
Okay,
never mind.
she lied.
Now, never mind.
Just like Mirko said, you kind of have to lie every once in a while just to throw your opponents off guard.
He still went for the Lancelot, okay, but not at around the same time where they did earlier.
Yeah.
Now they have sort of a clearer picture as of what may go on to Team Liquid Philippines. But with this, could the CC be a possibility for Team Liquid at this point? So they have direct
So
answers.
just did what Navi MY did in game
So
number
they
2 when
just
they
switch it up.
lost.
Because if that's the case, that's going to be the exact same.
All right, so Zetian.
Yeah,
It's just it, yan. Okay, so more on control actually for the TLPH. It's just that I think they need one more hero to be up front because you can't really rely on Gatot alone in terms of doing the initiation. Okay, so you have the assassin or the jungler and even XP lane, probably the mid lane also for Navi MY. You can ban out the other EXP laners now for TLPH just to limit the possibility. I'm not sure if Boss 5 Phobius is an option or it is viable, but yeah, as much as possible, limit that one out, or probably more on the marksman. Here's Granger, Irithel, something like that, because you don't have, there is the Granger ban, so they're limiting the gold lane, but there's a high chance actually for Navi MY to go have the Ruby
Wait.
gold lane maybe.
Never mind.
Okay, they ban. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Why is it every time you say something, it just
They ban
like
it.
goes the opposite way? But they took out the Ruby. So
Just wait, Brigida. Your time will come.
my time will come.
There's a time when a caster matures and they get it wrong every single time.
I must say Esmeralda now.
If it pops out,
That's intentional.
So wait, I mean, who knows, right? But the ban on the Ruby is pretty interesting.
I thought they are the ones to get
Yeah,
to
'cause-
Ruby actually, because they have Kim as the mid lane. They have the option to go.
I mean, we assume
Yes.
he's going to the mid, right?
yeah. Ooh.
Now that's a flex. He can go gold, he can go mid. Don't assume.
Okay, they take out the Irithel though. So the XP laners are wide open still.
Yeah. I think for Navi MY, they can get
Glue,
Glue,
maybe?
though. Glue, yes, Glue. Although, Glue possible?
Like the dashes though.
No, I mean like for Team Liquid, so like
Oh,
ban out the
okay.
glue so that Team Liquid
Ah.
doesn't get the glue. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Not unless they have another surprise ban to show us here.
Okay, what's the surprise? Esmeralda?
Esmeralda? No, I'm
Alright.
just kidding. Maybe the Lapu-Lapu might not come out again, considering the draft right now.
And the C.
So they
Okay.
took out the CC instead.
For Navi MY, they're just focusing on having winning lanes.
Yep.
Particularly for the EXP lane. I think for that's the science between the Ruby ban. Also, just for the sake of not having someone stop even the Lancelot and even the Phobius early game. So now for TLPH, you
You
have
see like a Harif? Because it's been banned out for 2 games. And we saw Kla use it yesterday. Again, not the best of performance, but if you
It's
look
still
at
there, yeah.
if you look
Wait,
at the
it
gold
looks-
lane, it's really starting to get chopped down in terms of the options.
And it
I've
looks
been waiting for
good
too long.
together with the Zetian and the Gato. Never mind.
I think,
So this
I
is the
think they saw that there's a Phobius on the other side, and even the Lance. Although when we say Lancelot, it's a lot easier for the Lancelot to target the carry and even the YSS. So it all depends on the other front line of a TLPH. So you have the Phobius. The EX lanes are kind of limited. I'm not sure if they will take the Rizla on this game. It's gonna be hard. Not unless Mathilda Phobius combo, but I don't see the advantage of having Mathilda with.
I mean, now that you
Lancelot.
say it, they might go for it,
No,
right?
Yeah, sure.
the Matilda Lancelot, even though it's
Mathilda
not that
Kimi is
like.
nice.
But the Matilda Kimi, yeah, it can be. But there's a carry, so they have to worry about the potential
Well, there's the
stress.
Akai and the Harry.
On
So we saved both heroes just a little bit too early.
Yeah.
Now they come out.
And for the different team.
And for the different team. Yeah. We were actually drafting for the other one.
Yeah.
You guys were just tricked, you know?
What? Okay.
Pos 5.
Or the Gato might just be
They're Pos
the boss
5.
5 already.
I'm actually thinking Gatot Rome here might be a little bit better because the glue is still there, and I kind of feel like it's still okay to lock down some targets. Because even if you think it's hard to go for the Lancelot, just wait for all the dashes and then just pull him back in.
Oh, what if they get the Minotaur?
Oh!
Okay.
Okay.
I actually like this.
I like it too. The
You guys say you like it, but for who?
The Minotaur.
The Minotaur, yeah.
So you guys like Team Liquid? Oh, you know what? I gotta say, I did not see that one coming. I think Mirko as well as Eterna didn't see that one coming, that both our panel really like Team Liquid. But hey, I'm gonna ask you guys, who do you guys think is gonna win this one?
And for this round, I do believe that Eterna and Mirko didn't see it. Even me, Athena, for that one. But it's going to be the final game here for our first matchup, Navi MY versus Team Liquid Philippines. But Mirko, talking about the lineups here and the Minotaur being shown for TLPH. Thoughts on this one?
I don't think you want my answer. I answered last game. We know what happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Both have equally strong drafts.
My mistake. I'm
Yes.
sorry. They're both strong, especially onto the early game.
Oh yeah.
They're really strong. And speaking of the strong competitors here for both of our emerging powerhouses here on MWI, there were some adjustments and heroes that are new to our eyes. Even though the Akai was picked certain times yesterday, we could see it rise, but I like it better here onto Rome.
Yeah, especially when you have a composition like this, right, with a Kimmy as well in the mid lane.
Yeah.
You just want to peel, and it's great if you have someone to peel. But for the most part, especially in the jungle, I'm not a fan of the Panda. I'm sorry, right, to all the Panda lovers out there.
But we said it, right?
We said it. We said it. Gotcha, Panda lovers. But in the mid lane so far, yeah, Hani's been able to do a good job. Zaishi completely zoned away, body slam forward. Oh, there you go. Hani getting some damage back sent towards her. Let's take a look at the emblems.
Okay, well, checking on this one, of course, you have the concussive blast here for Raymond. You want that extra layer of defense as well.
Wow.
And usually, though, you would want to disrupt the whole plan here for Team Liquid. Even with Zaishi's ultimate, you could just, oh well, time to go for the heavy spin. And for that round as well for TLPH, counterpart get the catcha there. But hold on, Kla being doubled down here by Fafao and Ramon this early.
Yeah, she popped out the regen, gets cancelled by the Synchro Vision too, so she's gonna have a lot of problems now in the lane, just waiting. Ramisi, waiting in that bush. If Hani walks up, this could be a free kill. Mountain Shocker up and available. But yeah, Hani's a bit too smart for that. Stays away from the bush.
Misi just holding back for now. First turtle up for grabs. This is the second Lancelot game for today for Reina. Daiki loading them out for the first blood, as you mentioned, right on cue here.
Yeah, Hani walked up way too honest. Like LaFell said, you gotta lie. Rina hasn't lied so far. Nothing new, just with the Lancelot now. Double man, Dark Wave shot! Wins it out, but that's a massive CC tool to bring them all back. Shots caught all alone. Has the Dark Wave, gets everyone on it, and will be able to walk out with a win.
Wow! And that's how you play a Phobius, causing phobia here for TLPH. Yeah, you got advantage for the first blood here for Ramisi, but who's the queen now? First turtle stolen, and then plus follow-ups here by Shaw. Just solely dominating 3 members here from TLPH. Let's take a closer look here onto our instant replay where he's just getting ready with a Dark Wave, and then there goes the Infernal Pursuit. Not only that, getting a kill plus a turtle. So much riz here for Sha.
Ministry already used up Thorn Rose. Live camp, we can see Clark struggling. Redmond, the assassin in the back, is giving the traces from Ramisi to look for the gap closer, but Hani is able to escape as Redmond takes the long way around the enemy jungle to escape. Mid lane, though. Oh, this turret is gonna take a beating from Ramisi and Zaishi.
Definitely going to be somewhat capitalized on by Zaishi and Ramisi. Mermon here going for the Battle Slam, but still, we have to talk about action-packed clashes here happening each minute for Navi MY and Team Liquid. 2-3 onto our kill score, around 100 here in favor of Navi MY. But one thing is for sure, Kla is really having a hard time. First death, by the way, earlier here. Onto her. Eyes are on her. They just not letting her out of their sight here for Navi MY.
Yeah, but it really just shows you how scary, how terrifying a Phoveus is in the early game, right?
Yeah.
Like, that Turtle 1 was literally just dictated by Navi MY, but it wasn't a team. It was just Sha going in, getting those massive dark waves, constantly proccing it on multiple members. That's plural.
And that is how you maximize, right? Even onto the smallest of the passive. Now, another turtle, second turtle of the game up for grabs. There's going to be a jump here by Rim and onto Zeishi.
Okay.
Soju eyeing out Sha. She's like, hey girl, she's here right again. What's the plan here? Dark Wave won't hit, but Ramisi being shoved out.
Oh, good
Heavy spin.
Karina, that's good heavy spin as well. Daiki still in the back now. Sha is all alone, but is able to isolate the rest of the team from the turtle. Daiki doing the same thing, has the AOG though. But look at Sha, jumping back in now onto Zeishi. Forcing a flicker, Minus Fury coming down now with Claw. Still able to get the damage done. Meanwhile, Ramisi rotating up top already, trying to get something more from the Stray, but in the mid lane, Fafao has already cleared it up. Hani going for the laser beams onto the turret now. Daiki trying his best to clear it out and will be able to do so.
Even though that was a successful defense here for Team Liquid, but speaking of which, let's hold it on. Rina being chased down.
Walks up forward, ultimate there as well, the fadeaway. Rina taken out as Hani tried her best to save her, but won't be able to do much.
I was supposed to say that took a lot from Team Liquid just to take down the shot. And onto the mid lane yet again. They don't want this game analyzed at all.
No, they just want to brawl it out right now. And it's TLPH who've been able to get the better of these brawls. Rotating to the bottom lane, good clear from Hani. But she's got to be careful here. 4 members of TLPH are stationed down below Hani.
Oh, what?
Wow.
Very nice dodge here for Hani, even without the Purify itself activated. But for TLPH, going back to what we were saying, like, it took a lot from the just to take down a shot alone, right? But it started with there. You just need to start somewhere. And looking at the goal difference, it's not much of a lead right now for Navi MY. Leads into the favor of Team Liquid, but Fafao and Clad just doing their jobs as well, destroying out their turrets onto the top and bottom side. And looking back here onto Navi MY, yeah, Sha has that sustainability, you have that innate tankiness, but you really has to be careful onto those kind of jumps. Just do it when it is really necessary, because sometimes you're like, if you're missing, Navi MY will be left defenseless, right? There are no frontliners here for Hani. Fafao might be targeted, but right now, body-to-body defense.
Heavy spin, but it's onto the back line. Daiki was free right there. Now the traction pulse, almost landing on Sha now. Starts giving the knock-up as well. Minus Fury still held down by Soju. Sha, Dark Wave onto all of them. Luckily, taken out before that can happen. One more shot with the Traceless. Ramisi doesn't go for a Traceless backwards instead with a Zaman Force used by Fafao to clear up the wave in the mid lane. Now, Rina holding the position. But she won't go for it. A big taunt again over Remen, and she will be caught. Daiki gets away with the AOG. 1 HP. The turtle buff gets her a shield too.
Very nice escape here for Daiki. Finally, first turtle here for TLPH. And that is what we're talking about for Team Liquid. If in the early game, you have too much to handle here by Sha alone, with 5 members, it's enough. There takes just seconds for her to be torn down. Plus, I like the fact here that Soju is really proactive, not only onto the hills, but also onto trying to put herself onto the line just so Ramisi and even Class could get that position for the free hit. Quick switch onto our instant replay. That is exactly what happened. Plus, they managed to push over Hani. Just go back home here. And Fafao with the Zaman Force just to try and escape unscat here.
Yeah, I can see the satisfied reactions there from TL.
Yep.
Getting the team fight win and turning around what looked to be a great start of the game for Navi Malaysia.
And now the lead is on to TLPH. 1.4k net worth. And even with the conceal play predicted by Soju, no one will be targeted here except for Daiki being followed up.
Cancel's coming down. Oh, the AOG! Straight into the front as Ramisi capitalizes. And look at the damage. Claude just melting down these frontliners. Ramisi with the triple, looking for one more, and it will be Claude to take away the Maniac. Wants to go for a double for herself. You can see laughter from Daiki, from Claude as well. They know they've got the game in the bag now. All they need to do is stay disciplined.
They have to be really consistent onto targeting the perfect players. Speaking of which, on the STC replay, very nice side over there for Ramisi. She's like, oh, there you go. There you have it. And then Papao, even with the Salmon Force, the speedy lightning is just too much. And this is what I'm talking about, the reaction from Coach Moody. Giving it a standing ovation with a takedown alone. A triple kill here for Ramisi.
I don't want to flex, but I got a picture with Coach Moody just earlier in the lounge. So just I hope that doesn't curse them, actually. Now, Mountain Shocker. Over the shot, good poke over. TL still holding onto the neutral objective. Rina looking for an angle again. Daiki holding that position, looking for the taunt in case Rina walks up.
Okay, going for the unbreakable. Perfect position here just to prevent someone from going onto the back lanes here for TL. But Kla continuing the damage onto the Lord. Sha as well, trying to somehow reset it. But Soju isn't having any of it. Daiki onto the front. Rina finding an opening.
Shaw with the steal. Somehow able to find it. Now jumps into the back line. But Kla is able to get rid of her before she gets even more. AOG landing on Rem and Soju looking to follow up as well. TL have dropped the ball on Lord. Fafao looks to be cornered here. But there's no way TL can push forward without the Lord in their hands.
Imagine, out of all the people there, just banking on Ramisi, you can do this. Kla, you have the damage as well. But Sha will be able to disrupt the process, take the Lord, even at the cost of her own life. But if it means to defend, extend the round, they'll take it. Team Liquid, on the other hand, 3K gold lead still. Looking at the items, looking good here actually for Kla with a 4-1 for KD as well. But the Golden Sap and the HS right on track. Able to tore down, nail down the Lord as fast as possible. Now Navi MY finally has the space to push off turrets onto the outer.
Anti-Chorus built up by Soju. Rina in the bottom lane, just clearing that out. Sha, 1 and 4. The KDA has not really reflected the performance, the level of impact that Sha has had on the game. 1 turtle, now 1 Lord. And also an early win for the team, all in the hands, single-handedly, of Sha.
She is definitely the game changer, game setter actually here for Navi MY. We need more of that. Navi MY needs more of that. They really want to take the lead here for Team Liquid. But on the other hand, considering how things went, Team Liquid needs to rethink of their strategies, who to prioritize, what to expect, on where will Sha come from, right? You have this Soju with the beautiful setup play. You also have the motivation roar, but you also need a bigger setup here for TLPH, preventing that from happening again. You have to learn from your mistakes and moving forward here. They're on the offense, breaking off the inner turret on the bottom side. Sha just eyeing out. How many members are here? Even the orange buff stolen from Navi MY.
Somehow, though, Rina still holding her own. Level 14 to level 15 of Ramisi.
Yeah.
Daiki being able to taunt, won't be able to find it. Sha gets away just barely, but up top, it is going to be the shove over. Endless battle picked up by Rina. Again, not that far off, but look at the damage dealt. This is the impact that you just don't see from the KDA. 38,000. She dealt more damage than Zaishi and Klein. They're on the winning side. Hold up, traction pulse. Almost finding Zaishi, forcing a flicker out. But now, you see CL.
That might be a go. But Sha, inflicting a lot of damage there. Yeah, I do agree with you. Never judge a KDA by its cover here for Sha. And looking at what she has to offer, she's putting a lot onto the table right now. Huge contributions, clash-wise, or even micro-wise. Now the Lord, Ding Rush off by TLPH, not leaving anyone unchecked right now. They're going to take the W, but Navi MY continuously just shows around the map, relieving some of the pressure onto the lanes.
Yeah, this time there's no chance for Sha to get her hands on the Lord.
No
They started, they completely committed onto it, seeing that some of the members from Navi Malaysia were actually looking for a trade instead of the team fight. I'm guessing just because they're not confident enough in their items. Whoa! Shot jumps into the back claw, still able to kite away that melting damage.
No.
It's a fadeaway on Rina too. Claw on Fafao. That's a double for Claw as Daiki gets away with the AOG and Ramisi sets up for a 3-way push into the base of Na'Vi.
That is a mission success for Team Liquid. Rina, Xiao, and Fafao out. Hani and Raymond left to defend for their base. This might be a GG for TLPH!
An assassination from Ramisi. A desperate move from Raymond to save their chances of qualifying early.
Wow.
But it will be TLPH. Team Liquid make it to the knockout stage of MWI 2025.
It's going to be a reverse. And TLPH finally getting the groove back onto their heads, causing a stampede right on. If I was on stage, I would have just clapped hands with Soju.
Yeah.
Soju was like, can I get a high five? Don't worry, girl. I'll go later. I'll give you that high five. But still, props to the whole draft as well. The adjustment, we could definitely feel it for Game 2 and Game 3. What a smooth performance, solid performance here for Team Liquid.
And have something else to look forward to. The knockout stage, and also a high five from Athena.
Yeah. Don't worry, girl, I got you. And that is somewhat of a motivation here for TLPH, continuing their bid onto the upper and now the knockouts, right?
Yeah.
Finally qualifying. Their hard work finally paying off. And still, the dominance is there for a shaky start. But what's happening was that it was a shaky start, but wait, we're just going to rev up our engines, get ready. We're out to catch you guys. We're out to catch you girls, right? For Na'Vi MY, on the other hand, more improvements, but we see the process, we see the improvements as well.
They're gonna have to suffer a defeat going down to the lower brackets of the GSL format to qualify, or at this point, just fight for their lives.
Literally, right? And you would want to stay longer here. And we're at Saudi Arabia, live at SNB Esports Arena.
The
If you
next
guys are
match?
around, you could definitely watch out for our games and for the next match also. But for now, of course, going on to the main stage, we have Cheryl with us. And I'm curious to see on what their thoughts
Same here.
are. How will they process that? Another win for TLPH. Let's hold on over to our stage host.
All right, now that was an incredible show opener right here for day 2. Now this time round, it wasn't sweeps across the board, and we have seen our first BO3 right here in Stream A. Now I have none other than Kla right here from the cavalry of Team Liquid. Now we're so very excited to have her here today. Firstly, congratulations on the win. Now, first question that we have for you is that TLPH has met, at Na'Vi MY before in a separate competition. However, that was where Na'Vi MY actually took the win. So what did you guys change, or what have you found out about them before approaching this game to secure this win?
Okay, dati na meet nyo na ang Na'Vi MY, di ba? At sila ang nanalo. Ngayon, ano ang ginawa nyo para naman matalo sila this competition?
Nag-prepare po kami ng maayos kagabi, and tapos pinaghandaan din po namin nila coach yung draft po.
Okay, we really prepared for this fight, especially last night, and really took the learning from our coach.
So it's all in coach. No wonder he was celebrating back end. Now, the next question that we have for Kla would be that this was a surprising best of 3. What did you guys regroup and re-strategize before you guys took this series?
Okay, di ba nangyari, naging best of 3 at nakuha nyo yung match ngayon. Ano kaya ang ginawa nyo for that?
Siguro kaya po umabot ng game 3 kasi dahil kay Chantal and Vegeta. Tapos, nang bumawi lang po kami, tapos nag-reset lang po kami.
I think we won the game because of Chantal and Vegeta. Yeah, and of course we bounced back because we really prepared for this.
Oh, so it's the casters that's helping here now. All right.
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Okay. Now, Clark, congratulations on getting Sony MVP. Now, you've broken a record right here with the Sony MVP for getting a most number of kills, 15 kills to your name, superseding none other than Fafao, who is the opponent right here today. Is there anything that you would like to say? What can we expect from you with this stellar performance, even in day 2?
Okay, ikaw may pinakamataas na kills ngayon, ano? At nalagpasan mo pa si Fafao. Ano kaya ang masasabi mo sa pagkapanalo mo ngayon? At ano pa yung aabangan nila sa mga susunod na laban?
Ano lang, ginawa ko lang yung best ko, tapos malakas din kasi yung kampe ko, kaya ganun. Tapos sana patuloy namin supportahan sa next laban namin.
Honestly, I just really did my best, and because of my teammates, we really worked hard for this, and we won the game. And I hope you will still support us in the next matches.
Damn, girl, you had 15 kills in one game, and you're still like so cute and all, but an absolute beast over at the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gents, this is Claw, and we can't wait to jump into our next series. But before that, we'll hand it back to the studio. Take it away.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. You did win because of the team fight or the draft, but because of Brigida and Chantel. Wow.
I am overwhelmed.
You guys give them the time to readjust.
Oh my god, I am honored.
It's like, oh, we lost game number 1. Who's paneling? Brigida. Okay. We'll win game number 2.
We're honored to be mentioned in an international broadcast that we cost the game number 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, for this, interestingly enough, I thought it was actually going to be a long game. I mean, Sha played really well on this Phobius, even taking 2 objectives.
The best jungler in the game.
There was somewhere in Phobia's skill set a hidden retribution we do not know of.
Of course.
I do not know where it came from, but Sha really did a great job at extending this game. But we saw a lot of struggles in Navi MY's execution for this particular lineup. I feel like whenever they wanted to go in and attempt to do something, starting off with a heavy spin, if it goes wrong, everything just starts to go wrong.
So it means that we haven't seen a very successful Akai yet.
Nope.
In this league. Probably that has been a struggle for majority of our female players, but definitely for Navi MY. I think with this heavy crowd control hero doesn't really fit with a hero that Sha has. Yes, she can sustain and she can withstand every damage from Team Liquid Philippines, but it just so happens that after the heavy spin, it's just like Team Liquid, they can just focus and wreak havoc against other players of Navi MY, and all throughout the game, it's just Ramichi controlling the jungle area. That's why there's a huge difference in terms of the damage that Rina can give, and even Ramichi.
And I think even though they banned out the Ruby, that did not stop Team Liquid from finding ways to just disrupt whatever plans they had in mind. Because the Minotaur just had to stomp. And every single attempt could be immediately denied, or the tempo gets broken for Navi MY. So there were a lot of instances too wherein we felt like Navi MY just wanted to go for it, but Team Liquid felt like they were just too prepared to answer back.
And I can see that a lot of people are picking up the Akai, so maybe there's something in scrims, but I don't know, even as a roamer, I really don't like Akai, especially in a very high pressure match, just because this is one of those heroes that has a very small margin for error. Like other heroes, say even a Grok, even a Minotaur, you make small mistakes, is something that you can still recover from. But when you're using an Akai and you make a small mistake, you might end up helping out the opponents. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a reason why the Akai is being picked up a lot by many different teams, but like you said, Chantal, we haven't seen any successful Akai plays, like win or lose, you know?
Yeah, given it is a flex, but still it's a hit or miss all throughout the game. And we could see actually a huge difference in terms of the damage dealt. If we look at Fafao, it is
Sha did the most damage? Wow.
Yeah.
At least for Team Navi.
Yeah, I mean, for all throughout the game, I think she was the one that's really upfront against 4 players, if not mistaken, during the turtle fight. And even for Team Liquid Philippines here, you can see that we have Zaishi, Kala, and even Ramichi sharing a piece of the damage. So if you compare the damage that Navi MY can sustain, every damage dealt by Team Liquid, it's not sufficient because they can't really burst a hero composition that has a Minotaur that can do sustain.
Yeah, Sha honestly had the highlight in as early as the first 5 minutes. I hope we could somehow get a glimpse of it here, but there was a moment where Insha was fighting up against 3 members of Team Liquid who probably thought they already won the team fight and could take out Sha as well, but it
And
took
Sha's
them
like, nah,
long enough.
I'd win.
Sha said, nah, and she was just too tanky. And that was just one of the many things she did to extend the game. But I feel like she did too much. And there was a point in the game that she already needed help.
Maybe she's like, if I don't do it, who will?
But the others, they could not. Like, they were just denied of the farm. Everything else, it just felt like the responsibility was too heavy for
It's
Sha.
like Navi MY, specifically Sha had this moment, I got you guys, but who got me? Something like that throughout the
Okay,
game.
this conversation is getting more deep than I thought.
But that was
So what's happening is like, I thought we're friends.
I think that's what happened on that game.
In some way.
Yeah, they could have made a play with the Sha in the
more
middle,
support,
more
yeah.
support. But yeah, I think the problem with the Akai so far in MWI is there's no really sure target. Whenever they use the heavy spin, I think we saw that during the highlights earlier. They zone out the Minotaur, but there's really no initiation, like follow up for that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a hot take, but I kind of feel like I really don't like the Akai. Like, I'm sure there's that 1 or 2 drafts where we know Akai as well as the Arlet play well with each other, but I don't see that combo. So why are you picking it up? I don't know if it's a hot take, but I don't know. Just don't pick the Akai, man.
You are reminding me of my draft in our podcast.
Oh, wait, yeah, you picked up that
I picked
Akai.
Akai.
Yeah.
I picked Akai there. So now you're saying you don't like it, but that was as a jungler. But even then, the way we're seeing it here in MWI, it feels like...
I mean, to be fair, you pick up the Akai and I stole the Arlet away. So, you know. Like, I see what you're trying to do. I see what Mirko's trying to do. But now we got to look at the head-to-head for this one to compare both players. Because, again, like I kind of feel like this is a close series, but just kind of has that snowball effect for Team Liquid. We're looking at Kla as well as Fafao. In every single category, Kla is looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is average KDA is high, 12. But if you compare in the average kill participation,
Oh my god, damage.
yeah, damage
4,000 to 2,000
that's high for a
per
game.
minute.
That's not too long, really. So for Klahi, it's just she knows when to join a team fight.
Yeah.
Because it's just 65% kill participation, and it's more on the conversion of the current farm that she has.
Yeah, and I feel like as much as Fafao wanted to do more with the Harith, okay, that's one. The Harith, not a lot of us would probably agree with
Yeah,
it.
We don't like
we don't
it.
like the Harith.
But second was TL drafted a lineup that had so much AoE, that had so much stuns, and that's the least you would like in a team fight if you're a Harith with a Zaman Force, especially considering that the Minotaur, once you already start using the ultimate, all other skills just get enhanced. So things get a lot more difficult for Fafao to, one, burst down the opponents, and then second, find the right position so she could make use of that Zaman Force well enough. So those are just like endless problems for Fafao here to perform on the same level as Kla.
Yeah, looking at Drive, it's very anti-dive because there's so many tools for them to have. The passive coming in from Zetian, Daiki with the taunts, and of course we're talking about the Minotaur, a large AoE ultimate that makes it so that Rina doesn't have really a lot of ways to actually join the team fight. So I kind of feel like maybe they tunnel vision on their own draft without considering what the opponent could have. And I kind of feel like that punished them.
Yeah, and also with regards to the Minotaur, again, the heals is there. We could say that it's not really that big of a factor, but small things that matter during a team fight actually gives you of a big impact as to what the outcome would be for that game.
So this is Stream A. We got to look a bit what's happening in Stream B. Just to remind you guys, for Stream B, it is going to be all elimination matches, and it looks like the game is still going on.
Wow.
And I'm a little bit colorblind, but I believe that it's already 1-1, and Gaming Gladiators are the one in the lead.
Oh, so it's game 3.
Yeah, I think because it's already the lower bracket.
8,000 goal difference.
That's huge. So, yeah.
Yeah, but
wow.
Either way, we got to remind ourselves this is an elimination match. Looks like Title Legends Gaming are struggling just a little bit.
Wait.
We'll get more updates after this to see if Gaming Gladiators can actually close it out, because just to let you guys know, loser goes home and the winner will eventually fight the loser of today. The upper brackets. So the advantage for Team Liquid after winning against Navi MY, they don't have to play tomorrow, but Navi MY, the journey isn't over. They're not eliminated, but they do have to fight with one of the teams that actually won the elimination match for today.
Everything is intense today. I mean, we just saw the lead for Gaming Gladiators.
We might actually see them win now.
Wait.
They might actually end it.
Yeah, I think it's endable for them. They even have the minion wave, and even Pandon is playing really well.
Actually.
Yeah. Never mind, Cassacres, they're not ending it right now. But either way. Okay, they got a Maniac.
Oh, wow.
And I got a Maniac in Stream B, ending it right now. Whoa, talk about chemistry. Stream A and Stream B ending roughly the same time.
Okay, so this is basically...
You guys affect Stream B as well. Congratulations.
Okay.
It's like a domino effect.
Well, this is gonna be the last day we'll be together on panel. Anyway,
Yeah, but
so.
we will be together tomorrow at the desk.
Oh.
But
Schedule
just for
could change.
match 1 and 2.
Well, let's
Schedule
see.
could change.
So this means it's Gaming versus Navi MY tomorrow?
I'm not entirely sure. We do have to wait till the end of the day to see who's going up against who, but it does look like Title Legends Gaming, unfortunately, will be eliminated. So congratulations to Gaming Gladiators for keeping their run alive. Congratulations as well to Team Liquid being the first team to actually qualify to the knockout stage. And for Navi MY, it's not over, but you got to be prepared, because losing tomorrow means losing your shot at the championship.
Yeah.
Things are, the world is getting smaller for our players, and it's now or never for everyone. I think we get to see we grasp already whatever the strategy is for every team. It just so happens it's really more on the execution. So for players or for teams that are on the brink of being eliminated in the tournament, this is where the adrenaline rush comes in. So I think that's the reason why we see 3 games a lot today, even for the upper bracket game. So yep, that's it.
Lower bracket, upper bracket, no one's safe from the 3 games. Everyone feels pressured today, but in a good way, I feel. Like, hopefully they channel it to just really bring out the best in whatever they can do, because we saw so much of their potential early, or in as early as day 1. So day number 2 is the day where they just really flesh everything out, and successfully for those teams who have already won, congratulations, but that's the rule. Basically, just don't lose twice.
Yeah, don't lose twice, or even better, don't lose ever. But after this will be the Saudi National Bank match of the day, where another Philippine team will be playing Navi PH. So I don't know. I'm guessing you guys think they will win.
Pretty good fight. They will give a good fight.
It will be 3 games for sure. Right, for sure.
I didn't even want to say it, but yeah, I feel like there is a high chance, unless we run out of,
Yeah. Either ways, after this will be another matchup. So that's going to be interesting for me. I just want to see for game 3 and 4, if you guys are not here, do we get a 2-0, a 3? Like, if we go all 3 games, even when you're not here, then y'all are amazing. And I feel like a lot of production might need your services moving forward.
Sometimes they do the talent rotation, right? If they want,
Yeah,
so
they
the
just-
games to be extended.
I mean, even the players, shout you out. So after this, we got to prepare ourselves, because again, this is going to be the match to qualify for the knockout stage. And looks like for Stream B, it is pretty intense as well, because even the first series of the day, they went for all 3 games. I wonder what's going to happen in game number 2, especially for Stream B, because personally for me, I do want to see which teams actually get eliminated. Because yes, for today, people going to the knockout stage, that's going to be very, very exciting. But I don't know. I think they're going to crush the key today. And I still remember from last year, it's not our key, but even us watching, you can't help but feel emotional. It's like, That hurts.
It's like your whole dream is there, represented by the key, and it's just being crushed in front of you, right?
Yeah.
And there's a chance
It's your pride.
that some of the teams who beat you decide to pick your key and
Yeah.
add it to the bottom of theirs just so that they get to be reminded of them being able to beat you once, and that hurts a lot more. Like, I don't know if you want to be picked in that case even.
Legit, I have no idea. That might be one of the interview questions that we can have later on. But either way, we're going for a short break. After this, we will start the second match of the day, where again, this is Stream A to see which teams will qualify to the knockout stage.
This land is calling.
I know this world can get a little bit crazy. Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way, starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away. Let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away. Let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Ooh, you can spend the night, baby, together. Take it nice and slow. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. We can just embrace and let time slip away. Let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away. Let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I gotta get up,
like the team who can potentially force you out of your comfort zone. Like if you bring in enough surprises, if you surprise them with this kind of unconventional approach to playing the game, then we might have to see a different playstyle from Navi PH, because even yesterday, right, they were just keen on bringing out the Ling. I think they were one of the few teams, if not the only team, who actually decided to pull off this assassin jungler. So if you're a fan of like Navi PH though, you'd be fine to see Keishi play an assassin again, because I think that's one of her signature playstyles as well, right? It's the assassin kind of jungler.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Also, because it is kind of weird how healed up after. Good thing about it in
Tests region, that is something they could really work on, even if they do drop down to the lower bracket, because they still have another chance if ever they do.
Yeah, but based on the conversation that we have, I kind of feel like Rui, the jungler coming in from Terry Queens, she might have to delay her pick unless something like a Yusun Shin is open, because it does sound like she has a very wide hero pool that has the potential to actually counter what the opponent has, because we mentioned the Ling as well as the X-Borg, which traditionally you don't pick it up just because. You pick it up to fight against a certain pick. Speaking of which, right now it looks like the draft has started. Navi PH is on the first pick and Terry Queens are on the second one. Navi PH, they banned out the Hayabusa as well as the Hilda. Now, just for a little bit of a context, I heard that this Hilda was used to stop the jungler from Virtus Pro to the point where the game ended at around 10 minutes and 50 seconds. So this is probably a targeted ban just to make sure that the jungle doesn't get interrupted. And mind you, the jungle that was interrupted was a Uranus.
Yeah, and also it was picked 2 picks on the red side, so the priority is high for Terry Queen. So King Salman and the rest of Navi PH did their research against the Terror Queens. Now, the usual ban, we don't
Plus
get to see Arlott and even Baksha as expected, since they're up against a team from a dominant region. Very specific also on the Joy, because they actually used the Joy on game number 2 against Virtus Pro.
Okay, interesting. I think it's the first time we're seeing Navi on the blue side as well. Like yesterday, they had to play both games on the red side. So the priority here for Navi, is it indeed gonna be the YSS?
I mean, personally, I'm seeing what happened in the first series of the day. I feel like Yusun Shin is pretty strong. And right now for Terror Queens, a lot is open. I kind of feel like the Joy ban is because even though, yes, Myanmar team Rui is from Indonesia, and I kind of feel like being brought up in that kind of environment, Assassins is bread or butter or nasi and sambal.
Okay.
Oh, come on, don't leave me hanging. Say something. What are the picks? Kimi's still open. Uranus is still open. Tabaxa's not there, so... And they avoided that. I'm okay with the Jushin, but interesting on the Khalid.
Yeah, I think we saw Khalid yesterday, but I'm just not sure if this is a good... Yeah, there was a Khalid yesterday. I'm just not sure if this is a good
Navi,
idea.
I think, yeah.
That
Hey, wait, no, Navi. I forgot who, but yeah.
Team Vitality.
Yeah,
Team
Vitality. Thank you very much. Very, very early.
Very early, yeah. Same concept, I think, against a Hilda. So probably they will have this Khalid on pause 5 just to disrupt again the pattern of YSS.
Gotta watch out though, because the Uranus, as they say, showing up.
I like your pronunciation.
Right? It sounds different.
Uranus.
So it could, like, even though the Hilda's not there, do the same thing. Like, it's just gonna be so much trouble for Terror Queens if ever they do decide to go for another assassin jungle, but we don't know just yet. But the Khalid kind of makes you want to go for one.
Right now, I'm just a little bit worried for Terror Queens because, Shanta, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at the heroes that they got, it kind of looks like they have very lane dominating as well as jungle dominating heroes. As you can fast farmer, Uranus kind of wants to get into your face, and Irtel wins a lot of matchups in gold.
Yeah, and also the pick here for Terror Queens is the CC. You don't really want a co-lane that are the hero on the opposite lane that actually leaves the lane. So the purpose of the CC here is a kind of a question for Terror Queens, not unless the CC wins the early game against Uranus. But for this, Terra Queens here, very honest in terms of their draft, even for Navi PH, but they banned out the Angela, even for Green on a Navi PH. So they're forcing actually Terra Queens to go for the assassin junglers.
Yeah, that's probably what they really want to happen. They're just confident enough that someone's gonna get them across in terms of the early game. And once the late game does arrive, the Yisun Shin Irithel is just gonna be enough for them to actually seal the deal.
Yeah, but looking at previous tournaments, I do see people using Ling as a pseudo counter towards the Yisun Shin. Not really a counter, more like you can mash the speed and you have the option to actually force a fight onto Yisun Shin. Even if you traceless away, you can catch up. But I do feel like that's more on the player because the theory is there, but executing that one requires quite a lot of experience to deal with how Yisun Shin plays in this current meta.
Yeah. Now the question is, what is Navi PH gonna ban last? I feel like it's gonna tell so much about what the last two picks are gonna be. They definitely would need much more crowd control. Probably
Lancelot maybe?
a different...
Lancelot Ling?
Oh yeah? So...
Yeah, because there's no crowd control.
Enters the scene.
Your team okay,
Okay, Akai.
So they
I don't know, man. I don't know. At this point, can someone show me scrims? I want to know.
But I asked some of the coaches, Akai has been a priority because of the flexibility of the hero. Nothing so special, but you have more flex and even the combo with Arlot. But I think for Navi Philippines, they just wanted to go for a safer route. Terra Queens now, they're still lacking as to what the jungle maybe, but based on their trend, if they are to take the Ling, they will specifically pick that on the latter portion of the draft, and they got the Bruno.
What if it's another X-Borg? Or, but the thing is...
It's fine against Uranus, but not fine against anything else. Especially because I kind of feel like Navi has the option to pick up Eve here. Not saying it's good against the export, but it does make it so that Terra Queens will be difficult moving around the map.
I won't be surprised if Navi Philippines... Oh, okay, Johed and Selena.
Whoa!
This is actually nice. More in the early game, but you have that balance with the Irithel and YSS once they spike up. Imagine it's Selena and even Johed that could potentially kill just the two of them with the rotation and the Lancelot to complete the lineup of Terra Queens.
Well, I was mentioning the Lancelot because we do see that there's not a lot of crowd control here. In fact, it's only one really where you can toss them up. But thank you very much, Chantel, as well as Brigida. But now I got to give it over to Athena as well as Mirko to start with the second match of the day between both teams.
And we're going for the Clash of Queens here. It's Navi PH versus Terra Queens. Yet again, it's Athena and Mirko here. Let's go then over onto our Land of Dawn for the game number 1.
Let's get through it here again. Navi Philippines with their composition. This is already, I would say, kind of non-Navi Philippines-like, right? They usually play for neutral objective. This is a very brawly composition. So expect a lot more team fighting. Expect an active Navi Philippines.
Definitely. And with the Jawhead as well, they pointed it out. What about the crowd controls? What about you have the Selena here for Amor? And so far, we seen the Selena earlier this day. It didn't really work out to the favor of Navi MWI. But for Navi PH, will they be successful with that? Let's see how will they face themselves. Especially you need to bank on those early arrows, early pickoffs. As speaking of pickoff, he will be picked off by Lunalyn here. And for Terra Queens, it's somewhat of a revenge for the Burmese trio, right? From last year's MWI.
Yeah.
So this is their chance for redemption and of course to get revenge against the reigning queens.
And it's also, I think, just the respect from Navi Philippines over to Terra Queens, who are such a big threat. You can already see the early game. Well, cool. Has to go for the healing. Rui rotating over. Could have been a kill there, but Keishi walks away. Rui goes for the puncture. Doesn't have it. Good Thorn Rose to escape the ejector as the Lethal Wanderer takes the big Abyssal Arrow shot.
Okay, big shots here for Navi PH and even Terra Queens. Exhausting the flicker here for Mirai. That's the kind of action that we won even onto the first minute. But looking at the emblem builds right now, we can definitely see onto the prowess of the Wilderness Blessing here for the second core talent for Selena and Joyhead for Mirai rather and Amor. Just so they can bank more on the fast-paced rotation that they could do, right?
Yeah. Again, for Navi Philippines, if you just look at yesterday's games, they were so good at setting up and stopping.
They are.
Or punishing mistakes, rather. Mountain Chakra comes in. Good reaction. Not Ayanami with a flicker forward now. It's going to be the Lantern Flare appeal for her, and they get Ku out, but the setup is gone. Navi Philippines again showing what made them such a force to be reckoned with yesterday. Great setup. Rui forced to use the Phantom Execution defensively. A camp stolen by Ayanami in the mid lane. The Abyssal Trap gets first blood for Amor.
And they're not stopping there. Now they're setting up the purple buff, not Ayanami, deep into the jungle of Terror Queen. Another arrow to hit.
An ejector, an arrow, everything, and they dive under the turret this time. Ku won't be able to evade from the arrows of Keishi. Rui goes in for the puncture, but this looks like already a desperate move. Only now has she gotten level 4.
Calculated advantage here for Navi PH. That level of tempo, and that's the perfect combination, right? Plus addition of Keishi there, just stealing off the purple buff. Let's take a closer look here on their instant replay, where that was just full-on massacre here. 4 members committing on to getting kills. Speaking of which, on to the live right now. Luna Lane and Rui trying to run away. Arrow thrown away.
Puncture dash in again from Amor. That's a double kill. 3 minutes in, they're gonna go for the camp steal again. Mirai
Koshi
walks up, has a missile. Whoa! Rui actually walks up to Koshi. She's gonna be domed by the jaw, hit the ejector into the trap, and Keishi gets a solo practically on Rui, who was trying to run away.
They're hoarding as much as numbers as they can here for Navi PH. It's like a buy one, take one.
Yeah.
They see one, they take another one here, and there goes another one.
Unstoppable force this time. No more CC to get him, but they don't care. They go past the healing. They just deal that much damage as Ayanami continues to just aura farm down below.
We're not yet 4 minutes into the game. That's an 8-0 kill score, and this is what we're talking about. As you know, women love to shop.
Oh yeah.
We see sale or buy one, take one. Let's go for that, right? Yep. And they're grabbing each and every opportunity here to shop some numbers here, especially for Amor with a 5-0-1. And yet again here on the purple buff, we could see some pressure building up. Arrow to hit the purple. Okay. Whew.
See, I know you like to shop, but that would have been literal steal, right? Like, oh man, that could have been real bad. Turtle taken, Raging Sandstorm defensively. KG with the Mountain Shocker gets the kill. It's a killing spree as the Abyssal Arrow goes wide, but Lang is forced to back away. Sakoshi is forced to play football all alone. Oh, the arrow! Okay, Sakoshi gets a sliding tackle to evade from him, and look at Ayanami again! Going in, doesn't get the orange buff, unstoppable force, and ejected with a smart missile. Almost taken Rui down, but she's able to escape.
So hard to beat right now. This is such a shock for us, especially for Terror Queens. They managed to get a 2-0 yesterday from the first match, but against Navi PH. It's like they're being played around. Looking at the goal difference right now, all of it understandably. 5 minutes in the game, onto the side of Navi PH. Let's highlight the gold laners as well here.
Look at that aura.
Yeah, and the swag as well here. The Bruno doesn't have anything to do but play with herself right now with the balls. And look at that, the football. Just, I want to play, you know. I just want to try and spread my wings right now, but it isn't happening. Not Ayanami is always there, putting pressure.
Unstoppable force. That's an ejector into the trap, and they bypass the healing again. Ayanami picks up a kill, continues to stand there, taking the damage and zoning everyone from Terror Queens away.
Oh no.
Zero?
Situation isn't in the favor of Terror Queens. Navi PH on the other hand, this is non-stop roll action, Mirko. They're just not Ayanami doesn't want to go home.
Nope.
She just wants to like chill here, just find right targets. Sakoshi having a hard time here. She can't even clear off her own minion wave. Continuous arrows and crowd controls here.
Yeah, you know what? Like when the players walked in, Athena, Renmar, me, and Eterna, we were watching, and I remember Renmar just saying, "Man, look at that aura! Look at the aura of Ayanami."
They know.
I thought that aura wouldn't be able to be beaten. You know, you can't beat that. Turns out in the game, she's able to beat her own aura in real life, taking a shot. 4 members on her. Doesn't matter. Another Lantern Flare only heals Ayanami. 4 members baited this world. He comes in and it's a dive from Amor to get a monster kill as the turtle is taken for free. Shinoa just diving in. Another arrow lands as Mirai goes in for the missiles. The ejector not going to be used up. An arrow from the side. Navi Philippines 15-0.
An official wipeout here for Navi. Locking in the 10.1k gold lead. 15-0. They're just playing around right now.
Oh my lord.
And for Navi PH, it's different when you have that aura outside of the game, but really reflecting that, it's emanating right now, even onto their plays. Here onto this instant replay, full on killer mode here for the whole Navi PH. Arrow after arrow here. What a huge efficiency rate here for Amor. That is how you play the Selena here on the MWI. And now Terra Queens left to defend for their base. Onto the top lane, we're seeing some friction that... Hey!
Oh, what happened to Rui? Up top, just assassinated by the Eastern Shin. Who's losing half of her HP just from the trap now. Shinoa on it. That's a base turret without the Lord. Lord hasn't even spawned in the game now. Abyssal Arrow again. Ludolin able to dash away, but Shinoa continues to push on the pace as Ayanami just takes the lantern. Another Abyssal Arrow going wide, but able to zone them away from the base turret. And that's 2 in 8 minutes.
It's so hard to breathe right now with your Terror Queens. Each and every lane that you would want, even if you're the Lanzot, it doesn't matter. Navi Page will still close down on you. And looking at the damage taken ranking, understandable for not Ayanami. Just banking onto this stacks as well. Look at her, just... if it's enough that she's just standing, what more if she's inside the clashes, right? And she's not really what you want to target.
Wow. Ayanami is solo zoning 5 members away, and she ain't doing anything. She's just standing there menacingly. Terror Queens have no way to deal with her. You put a lantern on her, she heals from it, man. You throw a football at her, she catches it, throws it back, deals more damage. Abyssal Arrow almost catching Sakoshi. And Ayanami just gonna dive in the turret. Conceal. That was a defensive conceal from Terror Queens. They're terrified. Another Abyssal Arrow landing, and Halang has to respect it.
Terrifying situation indeed here for Terror Queens. Not Ayanami yet again inside their base. Just dealing that much damage. Shinoa! Mega kill!
Gets a heavy crossbow down as well. Athena, we're gonna have to throw the white flag. Mirai goes in for the ejector flicker. It is over 19-0. Navi, we know your favorites, but what was that? That was the biggest stomp we've seen all tournament.
That was a clean game, Mirko. Just stomping around, not playing around. Actually, they just went straight ahead, finishing up this round and very relaxed facing. Even not Ayanami, the one way back there, first to sign actually. If you're not familiar with her, it's like just another rank day for them.
Everyone in the chat is calling it a massacre. It's calling it a stomp. It is a stomp, but doesn't seem like it to these ladies. They look at it and they're like, no, it's just another day at the office. This is literally just another day of MLBB dominance
and this
from
is
us.
How they look when they do their check ping, when they check their devices. And with that, we could definitely see the confidence and how much they prepared for the season's MWI. And now it's up to the panel to show it over and dissect this round.
Okay, so when I said it was a dream and a nightmare, I didn't thought it would be the kind of nightmare where a new record has been broken, where now this is the fastest game of MWI, and they did it in a perfect game, 20-0. If you're talking about dominance, it doesn't get more dominant than this one.
I think for Navi PH, they just realized that, hey, we were the fastest game from previous year. Why not get it again for this year?
And then they're like, ooh, yay. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Like the game ended so fast, Brigida couldn't finish her
marble
sandwich.
Thing. It's a marble English cake or something, and I couldn't even drink water right after doing it. That was how fast they did this game. Who, by the way, that's why we call it perfect. Deathless, not Ayanami, who spent, I think, the entire 9 minutes beside the opponents, did not die at all.
She just wants to make sure that they're okay, you know?
I think it's a identity crisis if she is not Ayanami. Maybe Ayanami or Ayanami.
I talk about this. How do you shot call against this? Like, go for not Ayanami. And I'm like, wait. Go for Ayanami or not Ayanami? Speaking of which, right now we got to look at the head-to-head of Moore going up against Luna Lin, because I dare say that's probably the best Selena we've seen all tournament long.
I think probably 80% possibility rate on hitting those arrows against the players of Terror Queens, and we could see the difference also in terms of average gold per minute, and it all boils down on the overall map control of Navi PH has, because it was like it's not the farm side anymore of Terror Queens.
Let me just say, in my career, I don't remember another time when we did a head-to-head where the average KDA is 12 and 0. 0.00. That's fresh. That's new.
They had no kills, so there was no way to bump up the KDA. Like, no one there died in the Navi PH's lineup. And initially, when it was only the Uranus that was shown, we were thinking maybe they want to go for another tank hero.
No, I've been practicing how it says that, but let's talk on that, because there was a part of the match where even we discussed behind the scenes, how are they going to take down the Uranus?
Yeah.
Right? Because looking at their draft, they don't have that continuous and burst damage to actually deal with not Ayanami on this Uranus. And it's not for the lack of trying. They did try.
Yeah.
They just don't have it.
I also believe that for Terror Queens, since we agreed that the part of their playstyle is having a specific hero to actually find the jungler, like
to pressure
to jungle path, to do the jungle pathing with the Khalid. It just so happened that if you're up against Navi PH, a more dominant one, it's not advisable to dedicate a specific hero for that, because it was easier for Mirai to rotate, even for Amor to do ganking and even the sandwich plays under the turret, because they have a clear vision. Okay, the players are here, go for the arrow, and then if ever not Ayanami is gonna be there also as a supplementary vision.
So it's not recommended to go for the woman defense then?
Yeah, the woman would.
Shout out to Athena. She says so much clippable things. I never thought I would hear. You guys know women like shopping, right? Shout out to Athena. Very, very clippable things that she says.
But that was actually true. The way Navi PH
Wait, which one is true?
The buy one take one thing.
Okay.
See, I'm saying another one.
Okay.
But the way they actually looked for team fights or pickoffs, it's not just a single pickoff. It's always another member of Terror Queens who gets dragged in.
Another.
Yeah, and who gets taken out as well. So this felt so impossible to get back on or to bounce back from if you were Terror Queens, especially considering that no one from them could potentially ever reach Keishi nor Shinoa anymore.
Personally, for me, I thought the game was over by 3 minutes. Right? Because I feel like the snowball started so early on.
Yeah, and also because of the vision that the Navi PH has, it's like Terror Queens has no information about Navi PH, but Navi PH knows everything what's happening on Terror Queens' side. And this is very evident on the damage dealt specifically for Shinoa. I mean, it's just 9 minutes of the game, but for a Gold Rainer to deal massive damage against other players, it means that there is the snowball, and even for Morris Hero and even the YSS. So vision from the Mountain Shocker, vision from the Uranus itself, and even from the Selena. So says a lot about how Navi PH controlled the pattern of Terror Queens.
Yeah, and as much as we wanted to acknowledge the idea of how possibly in a way like they could have managed even just the laning phases, like they had somehow decent tools to deal with it, it didn't matter when Navi PH was so well informed that they had little to nothing to worry about just because, again, the women-to-women defense was going on, and so they had to, or they had the option to be the more decisive one, to be the more proactive one in terms of rotation, and it was something Terror Queens could not keep up with.
You know what they say, information is power, and Navi PH has a lot of information throughout the match. Now, this is going to be a very difficult question because this is a 20-0 game, a new record for the fastest game won here in the MWI at the Esports World Cup. And the question is, what do you change? How do you adjust? How do you make sure that game number one doesn't rock with your head so much that you kind of lose it for game number two as well? And I kind of feel like let's start with the draft, because that Khalid, like we were all surprised. I'm pretty sure we can't hear the casters, but even they're like, wow, wow, wee, wow. It's very, very early Khalid.
Very early, yeah. I think they want to replicate their play style or their drafting pattern on game number one against Virtus Pro, but it's not advisable against a team like Navi PH. Again, they don't really want to dedicate a specific hero just for the jungle pathing, right? So one good adjustment would be focus on having flex heroes again, and then probably switch things up if they have a clear vision, or a vision rather, of whatever Navi PH wants to bring against them.
Yeah, it's kind of like the entire maximizing the current flex picks, just how high of a priority these certain picks are if you don't want to reveal so much just yet about what you're planning to do. Because I think to a certain extent, up until like the latter portions of the draft, we weren't that sure as well of what they were planning to use for their jungler. Like, I was on my toes. I wasn't sure if they were going for an assassin or a utility kind of jungler, but eventually they did go for the Lancelot, although it felt like they were forced to because the Fredrin and the Kai bans. So yeah, picking whichever could work best for, it's probably really the sequencing that they have to work on.
Because since you want to go for your trades, since you've opened up some of the heroes, it's not advisable to get a hero that's not really prioritized on other phase of the picking. So yep, it's really more in the sequencing. Not really much question in terms of how they ban, because the bans were on point. It just so happens that the prioritization, the sequencing of the heroes that they will go for.
I see where you're saying that the bans are not really the issue, but then I gotta go for the second question here. Yi Sun Shin, should you really let this hero go? Because so far throughout the day, he looks unstoppable.
So probably not the Arlot ban and the Yi
But
Sun.
Ayanami on the Arlot though.
But you have the Ayanami.
This is difficult when your opponent has so many signature heroes.
That's true.
Everything that you ban feels wrong.
Or probably since they also use Selena, they can go and pick Selena instead, because just like what the Lafel said, information is power.
Yeah.
Right? So as long as they have clear vision as to where the Yi Sun Shin is, if they will give out Yi Sun Shin again, or in any way possible, have that jungle pathing instead of having a specific hero, then go for a hero that could do that in majority of the parts of the map.
Yeah, so it's getting information without sacrificing your manpower or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Because like they did not get to rely on the Khalid for majority of the game, and I feel like it would have been great if they were able to, because Khalid in the early stages, I think even way back, he's the guy who can force the jungler out of the buffs and already secure the early game for his team. But that didn't happen earlier. He just stood there and eventually got punished.
Based on my observation, I feel like the reason why the Khalid couldn't put a lot of pressure was actually because good choice coming in from Navi PH. Both the mid laner as well as the roamer, and just make sure that their mid laner couldn't rotate. Right? Because I feel like Luna Lin picking up the Zushin just wants to clear the lane very, very fast and then eventually help out the Khalid. But because she had to stay in her own lane and the Lancelot couldn't follow up as well, that made it very awkward, right? Because I kind of feel like if the Lancelot is able to help out in mid, let the mid laner roam, maybe they can actually press to the jungle.
Yeah, good observation. So if Terror Queens wants to stick on that type of aggression against the jungler, what if they change it this way? What if they help first the mid lane, clear the minion wave and then have the mid lane together with a +5 go for that invade. Maybe if on the purple buff or orange buff, whatever buff is still there after clearing the invade.
Because Jushin and Khalid could really do fast wave clear.
Right.
So if they did try to coordinate or work together, then it could have been slightly different for game number 1. But what matters now are the adjustments they're gonna do heading into game number 2. And first, right off the bat, is that they're gonna switch sides. So they'll be the ones getting first pick. And hopefully it is gonna be a flex because there's no more YSS.
Yeah, I think for this, they want to get the Uranus instead because, YSS has been banned. Not unless Baksha isn't available. Not unless they have another hero in mind. But I think that has been a trend now with the recent patch. More on the utilities. Even Zitian is open. It's not even prioritized anymore. Not unless it is meant for their lineup. So I think for Navi PH, they want to go for the trades instead. Because if they pick out 1-1 is going to be open, and we don't really want 1-1 to be open in this game because it might force a 1-1 against them.
Oh my gosh. Even
But they open a 1-1.
Yeah. So it's open, and so is the Farsa Zetian trade. If ever they do want to, or would they actually prioritize that?
I mean, I feel like we were talking about how the mid lane, if you have a Farsa does clear the lane very, very fast, and with the wings by wings, she's able to actually rotate faster. I'm not sure if they want to take it first pick. I would prefer Farsa over Hilda, I'm not gonna lie though. So even, okay, you know what? Sure. I would prefer the Farsa, but that's me. That's my professional opinion.
No, me too.
But I think maybe this is Terra Queen's comfy hero because game number 1 is banned out by Navi PH. Maybe this is their moral booster for this.
Their lucky charm.
Their lucky charm to be picked first pick.
They don't want Navi to take it away.
I mean, they did prioritize the Hilda yesterday too, even on red side though. That was on red side. So it was slightly a bit different compared to first pick. So Navi though, if you're talking about comfort, it seems like Mirai is sticking with the Jawhead and they steal away the Jushin, which I believe was the hero they used to complement or pair up with the Hilda as well. So okay.
I would say Kimi or Farsa here.
Farsa. How about Farsa?
Zetian if they wanna, but Farsa is better option for them.
Just a little bit more damage, you know. They pick up the Iritel, probably predicting maybe they wanted a Granger or something like that. So good choice overall. And they pick up the Hayabusa.
Pretty fair.
Yeah, there's a lot of mid laners still open. So yeah, like you said, pretty fair.
Yeah, I think for Terra Queens, they want to focus on having the Hilda find a viable target and then have the Hayabusa go on for the early kills. So Navi PH, they could get actually the XP lane now because it has been just the Arlot and the Uranus banned. Lapu-Lapu Glue. Yeah, heroes like that. For them.
There's a Phoveus.
Oh yeah, Phoveus as well, yeah.
The art.
I don't know, at this point, like, you kind of just want a hero to match, and they're picking up the Brody going up against an Iritel, which is interesting for me just because I'm not entirely sure how the matchup really goes against each other, because, not gonna lie, haven't seen Brody for a while.
Yeah. I think it's the first time I'm ever gonna see, even in the, like, as far as the collegiate level and all that.
It's been what, since M5?
We did see a Leslie yesterday.
I am not the only
so like, why does it feel like we're seeing all the forgotten marksmen?
Yeah.
We want to break the record, Rikita, okay? Most unique heroes picked.
I think it was M5, if not M5, M6.
Yeah, because I think it was Ren with the Brody on M5.
With the Brody skin,
yeah.
The AP brand skin.
Yeah.
So, Phoveus has been banned here by Navi PH. I think there's a high chance that, focusing on EXP lanes. In terms of the banning, so if we look at the fighters still available, you have the Katot, you have the Lapo, Ruby even still available, CC. So there is a lot of options yet for the players. And Badang is actually great. for
I kind of feel like they
Navi
still
PH.
need someone that can frontline because Jahid is good at catching, but not really all that tanky,
Yeah.
right? So I kind of feel like grabbing an EXP laner that can match up against the Hilda and be a proper frontline might be great for them. I feel like if there's no reason not to pick up the glue, maybe they'll eventually go that route. Or if you want to be just a little bit different, who knows? Maybe something like a Charizla.
Yeah. Maybe Badang Lapu and
Banned the Lapu, though.
okay, it has been banned.
I was thinking they were
So
gonna
they're-
pick that though.
Yeah, so they really think this Hilda is going Rome, and I guess that's their composition then.
Hilda Rome. But if even Terror Queens are banning out XP lane heroes, then aren't they gonna run out of options too?
I mean, they're gonna be the first pick after this, right? So the options are really low for Terror Queens unless they're prepared to just swap on over for the Hilda to go to the EXP, because then when you're looking at the Rome position, a lot is open.
Yeah,
a
not
lot
unless
is open.
they are planning to get Hylos for the lineup, but I'm not really sure if it's a good option for them. So CC, another XP lane. There are still a lot of options, really. Badang could be one for Navi PH for added layer of crowd control. Even Terizla, yes, could be one.
How about the Eden?
Immortal One chose me to vanquish the
Does
shadows that
does it
plague
serve as a
this world.
great stopper for like this lineup so far? They go for the Suyo.
Just to create the suspense, like, come on, panel, what's the EXP gonna be? They're really saving it for the last pick to make sure that probably for not Ayanami to eventually win the lane. I kind of feel like they really want to know where this Hilda is
Yeah.
going and then make that decision.
Because they banned out the Esmeralda. So Navi might have banned out the Lapu Lapu because they're thinking about the possibility of that. Okay, but they go for the blue as mentioned instead. So it's just the mid lane. I can't believe Farsa's still open to this point.
Oh yeah.
So the Farsa or
No, it would be more surprising if Farsa and Kimi are not picked.
My legacy
That's
shall
true.
endure.
Okay, we have the Sityan.
Okay, you're right. Okay, still okay. Still
Yeah, it's
okay.
Sityan after all.
It's still in the conversation, even though we didn't say her name.
so it's just okay.
Teresa Badang. I think for Navi PH. Not unless they want to go Joy, that's their XP lane.
I mean, honestly, anyone that can use a War Axe is going to be good just to abuse the...
The glulets.
There's a different name for it, but I'm going to go with that, right? Abuse the Clueless. And now they pick up the Khalid.
Hold on. Okay.
You know what? Mash, thank you very much, Brigida. Thank you very much, Chantel. I'm really looking forward to see what you guys have to say after this match. But now I'm going to throw it over to both Mirko and Athena, because now I want to see what other clippable things that you guys can come out with. So, you know what? Good luck for this one.
Let's see. Because right now, records are being broken. But with the shopping, let's see if they would let Navi PH do that again. But this time, it's going to be the game 2 of our match number 2. It's already a 0-1 in favor of Navi PH.
5 seconds
Need to
till
step
the
up
enemy
their game
reaches
here,
the
Americo.
battlefield.
Oh, they got to step up their game by a lot, and it starts here in the land of Dawn. I don't know how you even come back from that, Athena, right? Like, usually we talk about recovery, but that was 19-0. Navi literally smashed their own record and smashed Vitality's record from yesterday.
And it was fairly clean with a 20-0, by the way. And the
20
kill
by the
score-
end.
Yeah. So that is a huge impact here for Terror Queens. But of course, basing onto the adjustments onto the DAP, we could definitely see some maybe answer to the somewhat level of Navi PH is trying to accomplish with a Jawhead yet again onto the hands of Mirai. But for this round, it's going to be the Jushin for Amor. Being punished this early, by the way, if Flicker exhausted.
That could have been Terror Queens finally getting on the board right there, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, game 1, 0 kills taken by Terror Queens. So just 1 kill will already be an improvement from game number 1.
Really huge. And for Terror Queens, this is actually a huge opportunity to finally lock in their spot onto the next stage. But locking in onto the emblem builds as well before we have any clashes. More so, we are expecting more movements onto the map here for Navi PH, especially onto the trio. The Khalid here for Ayanami, Mervai, and of course, Amor there. But before all of that, for Terra Queens, on the other hand, Mirko, we have the Warcry here for Rui.
Yeah. The Master Assassin again, like you said, for Shinoa in the lane. This is a weird lane, I'd say, like an odd one. Hold up though, Lang or the XP Crab. Looks like Na'Vi have already rotated a lot of their members to try to contest this. So it's just the Queller that gets charged up by Keishi, and it'll just be a take. But back to the matchup. Brody versus Irithel.
Yeah.
I think that's more of like a fifth. I think Irithel's alright in that lane.
But even the Brody, of course, maybe more in the mastery itself here for Navi PH. But you're right, definitely onto the Irithel picker for Terra Queens. But some action here. Cool being cornered out.
All in, they just go for it. Halang goes over the flicker as well. Finally, that's going to be the first kill on the board for Terra Queens in the series. Amor able to get for the Lancer Flare. Let's give it the Blade Surge, locking in Halang. But it is a glue. Super tanky. Another immobilization, locking her down. Oh, good mount as well. But Amor will be able to bring her all the way to the turret. It's a bit more a delayed take here. Free turtle for Rui as Halang has gotten the job done already. They baited in, bought time. But Mirai looks like she wants to go for more. No, Terra Queens back away.
That was enough. But still, for Terra Queens, such a huge improvement. Of course, finally settling down on the second, taking an objective plus a kill here against Navi PH. And a quick reset for them. We were asking on how do you bounce back from that sudden loss for game number 1, and that this is how they do it, right? And there were certain adjustments onto the playstyle of Ku as well, being so proactive onto trying to spot on members here from Navi PH and even Mirai. Like, even if she hides for a long time, there's always Ku just spotting her out, scouting out members of Navi PH. Now, let's talk about the lead here. So far, Navi PH still hasn't established a huge gold gap, even a turret gap here. But onto the top lane, I think the next target will be the crab coin here. Whoa, yep, definitely.
Good secure on the gold crab there. Yeah, in a slow game like this, ladies and gentlemen, the gold crab is probably the biggest objective you can get.
It is.
You gotta rotate over to the gold crab, get your gold lane or the gold crab, because that can really change the impact of the game or more. If we go for the Crimson Beacon, flickers out of the sun as well. Now the Lancer Flare knocking Ku up there. Gonna be an all in as Ayanami walks up and Keishi gets the Queller down to secure a kill.
And there she goes, right? For not Ayanami, relaxed stance. Just keep an eye out for Shinoa onto the top lane.
So Part Memory almost taking her down, but now Mirai walks up. Sakoshi got baited in, and now the slashes and the missiles from Mirai gets her down. That was close.
Wow, yeah. And a very clear intent here for Navi PH. Shinoa was like, girl, can you? Then Mirai, I got you. Finishing off that kill here in favor of Navi PH. A very good pickup, by the way, onto Sakoshi. Now, we're back onto a new turtle. Big objective here. Has just respawned. We could see Ku just hiding out here onto the bush. But with Amor's Lantern Flare, it's just more than enough to really give that vision, preventing anyone inside of Terra Queens just pouncing on them, pouring for the ganks here. Lantern Flare activated there. Oh, okay. They're taking things slow right now. Even not Ayanami. Just going on, running around the map here. Just targeting Sakoshi, but Ku on the other hand, catching Keishi.
Great pick there with the Power of Wildness to Mirai. Able to go for the flicker, but gets brought back to the team, and that will be another kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane is going to be a turret as Ayanami goes for the kill and finds it now. 2 for 1. But remember, Na'Vi did get a turret down below. Rui on the turtle, should be able to take it now, and all in under the turret again. The poke coming down from Luna Lin to secure the kill under the turret. Rui with the quad shadow in, has the shadow kill, but will respect Ayanami as Shinoa stays busy in the mid lane, looking for a trade onto the turret. Rui rotating already, and Shinoa will respect it.
And now Turkins finally getting some of the advantage here, taking the Namor, and even Keishi. That was a very good catch here. Plus, they finally got an objective yet again. There's going to be a Cheetah. Luna Lane targeted.
Gee, the Queller! That's the added damage of the Jawhead passive, man. go for Smartman styles. Case